Now that is an outright lie.
Worked with.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
No.
Sorry.
Hasan's going to say that like he was trying to pursue like the same or a similar end. Is that what he's going to say? You had similar goals? That means you worked with the ADL? No fucking way, bro. Hell no.
I worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL.
These mean the same thing. That's how the English language works.
Just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
God, he's so fucking stupid to think that he can get away with that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. So. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place. I have
never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed.
Yeah.
Live.
All right, folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well.
It's so fucking intense, man. Jeez, everyone, it's... Oh, God, I already feel wired. I already feel stressed. I guess we have to introduce Hasan Piker, seasoned political veteran of 6-7 years. Brofessor versus Ethan Klein. Drama YouTuber. Let's go.
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, I don't Hasan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
Oh my God, they're so...
So let's start. I mean...
This is the problem with like just not choosing a topic or going away, like just doing so much fucking back and forth for like a year. Because everyone's just got like a fucking case of vomit to throw out against the other person. It's already... Jesus Christ, man.
So you did this Content Cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
No debate bros here.
I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about.
Hey,
is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's...
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, I'll do up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay.
That's a slight fucking It's a slightly strange definition. Better word. Zionism is if you believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. That's it. Saying in Palestine is a bit dated. Obviously, that's where they wanted to. Like, it was in a place called Palestine at one point, like British Mandatory Palestine. But no, you say it's a right for Israel to exist as a Jewish state. That would be it. But okay.
So I believe
location doesn't matter. Well, Israel already exists, so the location is kind of inherently it's in where historic Palestine was. Yeah, it's like in that area, 6-7 borders. But it doesn't matter like if it's the 6-7 borders or the fucking olive or the river to the sea. It's Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. That's why a Zionist can be a two-stater. It's why a Zionist can be a conquer it all one-stater. It's also why a Zionist could actually theoretically be a one-stater in a federal system, because Israel can be the Jewish state within a federal state of Israel and Palestine, like a federal nation, Israel-Palestine. Yeah.
That Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology.
It doesn't have to be religious in the slightest. The early Zionists, the people who started Israel, were majority atheist or secular or agnostic. Like, Israel has always been a secular state. People can you can argue that with the Haredim population that it's going away from that, but no, Israel is a secular state.
That
Zionism was a secular movement
that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that Content Cop? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
that.
No.
We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's do
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't.
This was a dumb move. Talking about like Content Cop and drama and all. It's just, to me, it's just you don't get anywhere, because like drama is so much more difficult to like pinpoint the facts and like logically dispute compared to like the politics of it. And also it does make it look like you care more about the interpersonal stuff than you do about the issues, which maybe you do, but the audience probably doesn't, unless they're these days it's hard to tell. But yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
the journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly.
You were
absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said,
"This is silly.
I got to get out of this." And by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You've participated in some sketches. It happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. We've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you. Okay, by the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the Content Cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the Content Cop?
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural, the dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
I don't
recall saying this, but I don't know why this is a major point of contention. All right, so you asked that question. Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it was?
Well, it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the Content Cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that
filmed it in your
do you believe
house.
he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
What?
Wait. I'm a little confused.
He's gonna gaslight the fuck. So the argument for the CPS call is gonna go like this. Prediction. Hasan's gonna say the call was anonymous. You have no idea that it came from Snark or a Denims fan or a BadEmmaPanda fan. And Ethan's argument would be, I'm not talking about the CPS call as a results-based analysis. We're talking about the intent of the people who spread the claim that could have resulted in the CPS call. Because even if there was no CPS call, BadEmmaPanda and Denims especially, spreading this lie that Ethan was allowing his kids to walk around, to crawl around and shit and eat it, is a problem anyway, with or without the CPS call. Anyway.
You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's Content Cop.
Correct.
I
That's
don't really
correct.
care,
About
bro.
the
I do
CPS.
news.
I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about. I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were
quite
from the
frankly, harassing a
episode
bunch of
entitled
pro-Palestinian
CPS Came
content
to My
creators.
House, Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I've made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
completely
saying
inappropriate
your
to call
friend
CPS
Hasan
on
you
a
made a
content
video
creator you don't
with
like.
did
I
a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't know
hit
why you
job.
think I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
I don't have any like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hasan, I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when we
on.
had a
You- I
podcast.
don't-
No,
I-
what do you mean? You
I
brought this
don't-
up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I
Let
know
me
what
say
you're
my piece.
saying. We've all been
brought it
harassed.
up.
The internet
Let
is
me bring-
tough.
let
Whatever,
me say
yada
my
yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so
Please.
boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who
ahead.
else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow,
And
I
let
have-
me
wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you.
Hitler drank water.
You and I are both content creators. We get
Nice one.
an
Good
endless
one,
wave of
Hasan.
harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private
been a while.
before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I know
unacceptable.
you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that
even
happened to you
interesting.
in this regard. I would never in a million years
Okay,
advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
And I
good.
don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay,
I
sure.
didn't
Ask me
make
a
any
question.
Editorial. Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial
You
decisions.
just endorsed the you watched. Didn't he react to the full video? He didn't let them film it in his house. Yeah, it's part of your project. You were part of the project. Okay.
In
I'm try-
iDubbbz's Content Cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking... pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we
I
were going
love
to
this
talk
as
about.
well. It's like it's such an easy, like it's such an obvious concession, but like the way that Hasan will take this concession is like there's this thing that debate bros do this when they concede, but they'll make it seem like their concession is nothing. They'll just be like, even if it's something quite big, they'll concede and they'll be like, yeah, I mean, okay, I guess that's true. Like, yeah, and it just makes it sound like it's not conceding anything. What? Like a massive piece of context was omitted from this video about Ethan's interpersonal fucking conflict online. Fuck.
About Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question, or I'm going to move
far
on to the next
removed
topic
from you
here.
asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his Content Cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN.
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
Well,
advocates that
I don't
you
know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think my coverage? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say
why would you rail against anyone who opposes the Russian genocide of Ukrainians? Like, why would? Oh, because if they have takes that you disagree with, then you should probably still oppose those agreements. You should oppose those positions. Yeah, why not? What's wrong with that? Also, the response Ethan should give here is that Hasan is not pro-Palestine. That's not why people attack him, right? Hasan is not pro-Palestinian. He is pro-Axis. He doesn't really give a fuck about what happens to Palestinians. His first principle is supporting the axis of resistance. That's why he makes excuses for people like the Houthis, for Hezbollah, for fucking Hamas. That's why he does that, because he doesn't like, even though the axis of resistance has killed more Arabs than Israel has. And they've also killed a shitload more Arabs than they've killed Israelis, but Hasan supports them. So people in Gaza who are protesting against Hamas, would you really go to them and be like, excuse me, do you guys think there's a genocide happening in Gaza against you guys? They'd probably be like, yeah. And then, well, isn't it interesting that you're protesting against the people who opposed the genocide, i.e. Hamas? Well, no, because it seems to be that quite a few people in Gaza who've been protesting in the thousands for over a month now actually seem to think that Hamas takes quite a lot of the blame for what's happening to them. This is what people in Gaza are saying. Look at those protests. Their chants are, Hamas are terrorists. We want Hamas out. Hamas are dealing in our blood. Hamas are gambling with our lives. We want white flags, not guns. They've been saying this in the thousands, despite all of the repression and fear and like murder that some of them are like, they're risking their lives to say this shit whilst Israel is bombing Gaza. The protests are still going on. Yes, they've never stopped. People have been murdered by Hamas in the middle of this in the last month or month and a half, and they are still protesting against Hamas. Can you imagine if Hamas just went to them and be like, isn't it interesting that you're opposing the people who also oppose the genocide? Well, no, because they understand that Hamas's actions are the reason Israel went into Gaza. Israel did not have plans to go into Gaza for a full-scale ground invasion before October 7th. They didn't even have protocol in place for that. The most we have evidence of, and no whistleblower said otherwise, the most that the IDF was prepared for was a border penetration of 70 people trying to kidnap soldiers. That's the most the IDF was prepared for. They didn't have protocols in place for a ground invasion. They didn't. What changed? Hamas launched an attack on October 7th. That's why that changed.
No, I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that...
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have...
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around...
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced from
I was going to explain that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to... You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Oh, no. Drama.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika. As I've also
No, it's a Hindu symbol. What?
noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward. On
Yeah,
your
yeah. Of course,
podcast
you're
already.
conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah,
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly.
audio so low.
Do you think? Do
Yeah.
you?
You
think that
anyway,
I-
my
do you
point
think
is,
that I actually
Hasan,
think
if I
it's
can
a-
continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So what is the, so, I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
You know what? Again, I think it's silly to bring this up because let's assume he did it on purpose. Let's assume that Hasan did this to trigger a Jewish person, right? That they allowed this swastika sword to go in to trigger a Jew. Okay, let's assume they did. That's the point in dog whistling. Dog whistling is ambiguity. It's supposed to make you look fucking crazy for bringing it up. That's what it's supposed to be about, right? So it's the same thing as when someone says all lives matter. The thing that people make a mistake with when they're protesting and they see people saying all lives matter is they go up and start screaming at them for saying all lives matter. Because now, to anyone who's not in the know, which, let's face it, is most people, you look like someone who is screaming at someone for saying that all lives matter, which, I mean, do they not? Of course all lives matter. So that's the point in dog whistling. It's supposed to make you take bait to look like a nutcase. So it's just a silly thing to bring up. I will say, if Ethan brings it up, Hasan is the kind of person who sees Nazism in everything. He sees Nazis everywhere. So it's ironic that he sees Nazis everywhere, but he doesn't see Nazis in someone who is holding up a fucking swastika in a dispute that's about anti-Semitism. So that's a bit weird. You know, that's by Hasan standards, you would go fucking mental for someone doing this. But you know, again, it's useless to bring up.
Ethan,
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this
Ethan,
sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Well, if you didn't make the editorial decision, then it's okay for you to. Do you think it was a bad editorial decision? Do you think they shouldn't have done it?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that iDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. True. Right? So you made a video.
I am the king of
participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question.
Bro? Are you mad?
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm so mad, bro.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario. Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism.
You can't claim the sword is anti-Semitic without claiming the anime being anti-Semitic. Yes, you can, you fucking idiot. When my Indian neighbors have a swastika-looking symbol like this, when my Indian neighbors have this on their door during fucking Diwali, I can say that's probably not anti-Semitic. But if someone uses this in a video that's trashing someone who is concerned about the rising climate of anti-Semitism, then I'm probably going to ask who's not Hindu. Then I'm probably going to ask that person a few more questions. Yeah. Fuck me. What a brain damage. The genocide of the century. Okay, I guess Sudan, the Rohingyas, the Ukrainians, we don't give a fuck about them, do we? God damn it. Genocide of the century. Wow. You mean brackets, the only one that you give a fuck about? Yeah. Jesus. Go away.
You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So
yes.
microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also.
How long are they talking about the sword?
I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a
most
cosmic
likely
chance.
because I had previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I
think,
know
right?
it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo?
Every time he says like, "Oh, it wasn't my decision," I'm not even in the photo. It's like, okay, then why are you defend? You don't need to defend it. If it's like, yeah, this is completely fine. Also, I had nothing to do with it. Yeah, okay.
Up if it's a cosmic fluke.
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism.
That's not what I'm saying.
You got me.
Do that.
Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
then why should you leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I?
You know what? I think I, as a non-Hindu person, should just have like a fucking Hindu swastika in the background of my fucking Sam Cedar hit piece. Yeah, I should probably do that. Whilst I criticize his opinions on Jews and Zionism. That'd be fucking base, wouldn't it? It's not a swastika. I didn't put it there. My friend put it there. And I just left it there for the video and took it off when the video was done.
Swastika one time on.
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by?
There are better things to call Hasan out on. Yeah, I know. Calling people out on dog whistles is stupid because the whole function of dog whistles is to make you call it out so that you look mental. Yeah, because there's always the whole point of a dog whistle is plausible deniability. Yeah.
Nazi imagery. You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
It wasn't. It was a Roman salute.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to?
Oh, that claim I brought up was complete bullshit. Then. Oh wow.
Tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think that being able to draw your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
Wait, wasn't Hasan on the show with Ethan when he was saying that like if Jews go back into the camps, like Ben should go in first? Ben Shapiro. Okay.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
Defensible on the grounds that's how Jews.
Let me see the swords in your background.
Sometimes.
Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika.
On the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I did a
All right, that's
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless joke
I'm just
on
making sure. Okay,
iDubbbz
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You
Yeah.
said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede
I
that looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck no, they know that looks like a
keep calling it
swastika.
a swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
That's not the best argument because again, Hindus will put up swastikas for Diwali. They will. They'll put it on their doors and shit. But they also have the dots on them, and also they're doing it because they're Hindu and because it's Diwali. That's why they're doing it. If a Hindu YouTuber did it not on Diwali and did it like if an Indian person who's not Hindu did it, like just a YouTuber, and it's not Diwali, and they did it because they were shitting on someone who in large part is complaining about the rise of anti-Semitism, then that probably is a problem. Yeah. Context matters. You better don't. True. You better don't do that.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think that
brandished
only,
what I...
Do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating
and
on
he left
the
it up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I
ask
don't
me-
know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next
iDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was
Damn,
going.
you can't comment on someone unless you're them. Wow, interesting.
I'm not
on in his
accusing you of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't
the
have
so-
a problem
if you could go
telling
back-
you're being crazy
If-
right now.
if-
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure,
obviously,
I'm
yeah.
sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic.
don't
Well,
care. Shit.
that really shows where
I
you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
and ask
don't
me a
care.
question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a
Yes, talk about the
genocide,
conflict. Let's go.
what are the appropriate steps that people can take both in the Western world and also region?
I know the answer to this. I know the answer. What you should do is you should obsessively attack social democrats who support Palestinian statehood and oppose the military actions and the war crimes and even oppose the war, bro. I need to remind people every now and then. I have opposed Israel's actions like in Gaza, like them continuing the war since the summer now. It's been a really long time since I've thought, okay, there's more. This is going beyond just trying to get rid of Hamas. Like this is where, again, people like this is why Gallant left the government, right? This is why Gallant got fucking booted out of the government because he thought that there needed to be a new phase of the conflict where they could actually start to focus on rebuilding at least some parts of Gaza to show the people living there that there is a future after Hamas. Like, and them going in now and doing what they're doing after the ceasefire, after Israel broke the ceasefire, that's indefensible as well. There's been no aid for like 60 days now going into Gaza. But no, what we should do, like, so that's my position on it right now. But yeah, what they should do is attack people like me, people like Ethan. They should just attack social democrats obsessively and call them pro-genocide. Careful, don't speak positively of Gallant. Gallant's a piece of shit, but he was right in saying that Israel's military accomplishments were kind of like fucking plateaued
Boycott,
months and months and months ago.
sanction, and mobilize. BDSM.
Thanks to $10. Gallant also said that Netanyahu was overstating the security significance of the Philadelphia corridor. And he was right. Turns out he was right. Turns out Netanyahu used a picture of a tunnel that was used for irrigation and called it a military tunnel. Yeah. Wild.
Actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission that you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has
Basically targeting civilians. Because people will, like Hasan, will try to get away with the fact that there was civilian collateral in ANC attacks, which is so dumb.
said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is
Ooh.
killing civilians.
Okay.
Straight to the
That's
point.
Great. So
Is that
Clean biscuits.
unreasonable?
Yeah.
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we
totally-
don't.
Yeah, but Hasan doesn't fucking cross it though, does he? Hasan doesn't accept that boundary. That's the entire, just so you guys know, the entire dispute in this debate is, and this should be the debate topic, this would encompass the difference between Ethan and Hasan, is can you support Palestinians without supporting groups that target civilians? That's it. That's it. Can you support Palestinian sovereignty, security, peace, prosperity, without supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the axis of resistance? And my answer would be yes. Hasan's is apparently no. You cannot. Because if you attack Hezbollah, you're being like Islamophobic. Or if you attack the Houthis or Hamas, you're being Islamophobic. Yeah. Fuck.
I agree with
Disagree.
you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So,
one. Let me ask you about this
From-
Sabra
wait,
tier
hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
I
Oh,
have
no, not the
can
Sabra
I-
tier.
let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead.
We were going in such a good
okay.
direction.
You can go on a little bit more.
That's the crux
Okay,
of the argument.
So, hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
My
audio.
audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So, one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that
Uh-oh.
Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they?
It's not emancipatory, though. It's like taking over a sovereign state that has a right to exist and defend itself under international law. River to the Sea is not just liberating the occupied Palestinian territories. It's taking the country of Israel beyond that and destroying it, abolishing it. That's what River to the Sea is. But, you know, yeah. I don't think it's inherently anti-Semitic, because people who say it do genuinely think it's possible in the near future to have them share the country as an equal democratic state. Unfortunately, that's not what would happen if there was no Israel and it was Palestine from the river to the sea. It would not be an equal democratic state for two people. It would be Jews having to survive as a minority in an Arab or Muslim country, Palestine, and you would just have to hope. You would just have to hope that it's the first Arab/Muslim state in the last 100+ years that's treated as Jewish minority well. Just take a roll of the dice, eh? First time lucky, or 15th time lucky. River to the Sea doesn't include Golan, though. They can have a state there, SMH. Well, well, Singapore and the Golan, Jewish Singapore. Tempting.
They go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening
Bro,
right now.
do you want me to
with-
answer?
with- Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is,
what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this
This is not going to be a
video.
gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan. Hey, Hasan, let
Why
the
do you not want your chat to see it? Again, there's a reason Norman doesn't talk about this all that often, and there's a reason he says it when he was addressing those protesters in the campus protest. He's so fucking nervous about saying it, and then the protesters binned him. He gave his take saying, I think you should say from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, because that gets rid of the idea that you want to destroy Israel. And then all the protesters at the end just went back to saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They just ignored him. Norman Finkelstein is scared of his own audience. He's scared of what he's cultivated, which is why Norman doesn't really talk all that much about political solutions. He's just a polemicist. He just soys out. He just rants and raves. Doesn't really contribute anything in terms of like what he wants the future to look like.
audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having,
like Norm. But I have
so
a
it's
disagreement with him
nuanced
on
and
that,
understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back.
Slogan
Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have
No,
more
no,
positions
pardon
that I
me.
disagree with him on.
The video
this
can play.
as well.
Will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river,
Hasan's gonna hit me with the Cherry Act.
You and Ethan attacked Hasan first. Yeah, I criticized Hasan for supporting dumb takes and supporting terrorist organizations, and for even when he pushes back, he still promoted the figures who were saying it. Like Hasan still promoted people like Second Thought after he said that there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. Yeah, of course I'm going to attack him for that. What are you talking about? That's a very good faith thing to be fucking angry about. Like, yeah, what do you mean?
to the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So
Damn.
I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And I've encountered this.
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally, I'm not. It's not even my opinion. I can have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor. What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter.
No, it's also because what it means from the 60s. Because again, when the PLO had their first charter and they were talking about the Palestine being free, they're very unequivocal in their charter. Palestine is Arab. They actually even talk about how like there's not like a Jewish nation. There's only allowed to be an Arab nation. PLO charter, even the revised charter, I believe, says the same thing.
And I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
He doesn't say it is extermination.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's like this. Like, it's very clear. Like, it's not a shared nation. It's not one state for two peoples with equal sovereignty. It's Palestine is the homeland of the Arab Palestinian people, indivisible part of the Arab homeland. Again, appealing to fucking pan-Arab nationalism. And the Palestinian people are an integral part of the Arab nation. And then when it talks about Jews, claims of historical or religious ties of Jews with Palestine are incompatible with the facts of history and the true conception of what constitutes statehood. Judaism, being a religion, is not an independent nationality. So yeah, Jews, that's not a nationality, but Arabs are. Nor did Jews constitute a single nation with an identity of its own. They are citizens of the states to which they belong. What do you think they're saying here? That's what Finkelstein's referring to. He's not just saying it because Jews get scared of it.
Literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even
great.
more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
you spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances.
Why does Hasan like to keep sending people towards his like academic heroes? It's just very weird because Hasan is supposed to be a political commentator. He's supposed to be the seasoned fucking political commentator. He should be able to hold up his ideas on his own. It's very weird.
This is not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you
think
the human
I can care about two things, my friend?
Incredibly narrow framework
very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal.
Because Hasan, every fucking moronic, batshit terrorist supporting fucking ridiculous anti-Semitic comparisons of like Anne Frank to the Houthi, all that, just like let's not talk about any of that. Let's not talk about, or even the Sabra thing, even because there is a valid thing to bring up there. Why are all these like Hasan orbiters acting as if Israeli hummus is like cultural appropriation, as if more than half of Israeli Jews are not from the Middle East and have been eating hummus for like as long as the fucking Arabs have, right? Like that is a problem. But no, there's a genocide. Hasan's stacking up the fucking dead Palestinians as human shield sandbags. No one does it worse than Hasan. God, Hamas couldn't even hold a candle to the amount of human shielding Hasan's doing here with the fucking people dying in Gaza.
Feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that Hasan, the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
Please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed
Wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hasan, you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I said you're so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make sense?
Don't make me take it back. All right, let me ask you a question.
Sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Sorry, fuck the Sabra tier list. Like Frogan said that Jews in northern Israel can just all go back to Brooklyn because they all have houses there. That's probably, if you're gonna go for Frogan, that's probably more. Like, why is that in your community? That's so bizarre. That's mental.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Oh my God. It's totally normal to act as if Jews have no place in the Middle East and that Jews eating Middle Eastern food in Israel is all fucking cultural theft. Yeah. That's totally normal. That's acceptable. Cooked.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like,
Let me ask you a question.
Cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa, answer the question.
Again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not.
I love it how the original tier list was Arab, but the Turk is on top of the Arabs. That's brilliant, man. This is the Ottoman Empire. This is the dhimmi system. You know, the Arab Muslims, they're like they're still, it's still like Islamic rule, you know, they're still like on top, but not quite above the Turks, you know. The Turks still fuck them up eventually, and you know, a lot of Arabs revolted against the Turks. And then at the bottom we got the Jews. This is the Ottoman Empire. Fuck me. Hasan's subjects. Hasan's fucking Arab subjects of the Ottoman colonizer. Brilliant. Jews, if you walk past the fucking mosque in Fez, you can't wear shoes. That was actually a law in Fez under Islamic rule. They repealed it. They allowed Jews to eventually wear shoes when they crossed past the mosque, and then people assaulted them. Oh God. Sultan Hasan.
iDubbbz.
But you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I think it's great you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
probably because he's Jewish.
What?
Because it's the most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why?
100%, without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead.
on.
Take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. This is a lot to process.
Yeah.
Okay, again, this is how you know I didn't give Ethan Klein a fucking debate coaching session, by the way. I didn't sit there and be like, listen, here's what you guys say. Because I would have said, Ethan, just ask him, is it not anti-Semitic to act as if Israeli Jews eating hummus is cultural theft? Why is that? Is that not anti-Semitic? And why not? Why do Israeli Jews eat hummus? Because the answer is not because they stole it. The answer is because most Israeli Jews are from the Middle East. That's what Ethan should ask.
I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb.
So why is Ben there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good. Why is Ben there?
I'm having a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Of course you don't.
Because he's a
This is what he yearns for the Ottomans.
Prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro in F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences, eh? Hasan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did. He definitely deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token
and
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call
I'm not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can do, but this is
what's going on.
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Ethan,
but that's not true.
Wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He
shit.
can say whatever he wants. I'm not
Oh, so
criticizing.
he can,
By the
but
way, I'm
you're
not
gonna-
you
you're gonna
think
call
that
him a
my
covenant Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream.
Isn't that who owns that?
Oh no.
I don't know.
The
But it's
boycott.
not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
list.
We'll double check.
I'm 100%
Hasan?
sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be
Ethan,
obtuse.
Ethan,
Fuck me,
actually,
man.
the BDS one is actually
Fuck
pretty
this.
funny too, because like you've been
Focus.
you consistently
Focus.
talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it
lying.
has been on the
Does
official.
Coke not own Dr. Pepper? I know they own Fanta. I don't know if they own Dr. Pepper. What are we doing? When are we going to discuss IP? Again, I don't. If only I'd given Ethan a good sit-down coaching session, eh? I'd be like, listen, these people hate Sabra, and they will tell you they hate Sabra because they think it's culturally appropriated food. That's why, and that's why it's anti-Semitic, because it is you implying that Jews have no place in the region, that they're all foreign to the region, which they're not. At least half of them, more than half of them, are non-white. They're from the Arab world. Yeah.
Official BDS
They
list.
spoke Arabic.
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
what is
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
what was on the list?
Oh,
Coke.
no.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though I
said
love
you
Diet
know what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
Because I think it's like a, it's like
you remember what you
Diet
told her,
Coke
son?
wasn't it?
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's
Oh, Israeli boycott guide. Boycott the Witness News. Is this true? The owners of Dr. Pepper, the Rayman family, are staunch Zionists and support the Zionist state with investment and donations through their Alfred Landecker Foundation. Don't buy Dr. Pepper, don't sell Dr. Pepper. Interesting. All right. Rayman. What a name. Who owns Dr. Pepper? They're not here. Doesn't tell you the names of the owners, the people who own it. BDS movement, does this have it? BDS list. Holy shit. Coca-Cola does not own Dr. Pepper, though. They're owned by a separate thing. Unless it's like one of those things where you've got these like fucking conglomerate webs, but... Oh. Does this have the list, or... It's a smaller list for this one, which makes sense. Like, if you try to go for... So there are some people who think you should boycott Dr. Pepper, but others not. What is this one? Masjid Al-Aqsa. The parent company is owned by Jab Holding Company, which is a pro-Israel company. They support Israel through investments and donations via their Alfred Landecker Foundation. I mean, if that's true, proof. Oh, there they are, Jab. And that's got Krispy Kreme, Dr. Pepper, Pret. Oh no. It's okay, I don't eat Pret anyway, because I don't like French cuisine. Where's their Israel thing? I guess it's somewhere in this page. Oh no. Not good. Not good at all.
about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know it's,
and I don't know
I know.
why.
I'm
How
not
can
Frogan.
I
I
make value
just
judgments
support
on
her unconditionally.
my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me.
Uh-oh.
And it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird.
Oh no.
I'm glad you changed that
Focus.
finally. On
Focus.
a separate note.
What?
I find it just so
What?
weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
You're so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know.
What's
It's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish
this is
man
a cosmic
in the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
On the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
This is your guy. Bro, none of these people are my guys. Obviously, I prefer Ethan. Like, I'm just saying. I'm Lonerbox. What are you talking about? I'm just doing my thing.
Do you think that this is
I'm
at
just
least a
offering
bad coincidence?
fair commentary. What the fuck?
no, I don't.
Wow,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents.
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitism
and you're having a really
everywhere.
hard time.
These
Well,
are
you want
just
my answer,
cosmic
you want my perspective,
mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open,
can't talk
out
about
and
anything else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing
if
a
you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems to
around
me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing tier
you-
lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting
them
really silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave
in
of you to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
So you're
really
trying
don't.
to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we've
value
devolved
judgment
the
thing. Like you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want my
is,
best
and I don't
friend
know.
iDubbbz to
I
be
can't tell you
anti-Semitic?
what their
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's an
iDubbbz to be
issue.
anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being
Can I be
anti-Semitic?
honest? Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're
to
gonna
hear-
like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they
what
are
an
actually
analysis.
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you've won the argument in your mind. and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found
Man, I'm
very
getting bored.
strange
this
about
was such a hype for
was
what?
the
God.
fact that
Theo Von,
and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to
ADL,
me, had actually
effective
interviewed
activism,
Candace Owens.
Destiny.
I think you and I both agree that Candace
denial.
Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bang.
Do you think...
You hit him
do
with
you
that
think,
anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan. As
think
your
he was on a vibe.
co-host, as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti...
point.
Well, let me finish.
Let me finish.
You asked me 2 questions.
And let's address
No.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold
anti-Semitic.
the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright... Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of
yesterday,
anti-Semitism
I think. Or 2 days
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always. Everything.
Can you
and by the way,
point to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan,
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
Well, let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is
that.
a
Let's-
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation
Yes.
that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
That it won't, is it?
You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because,
No, I
like,
said-
of what
I
you
didn't
just
say-
Bro,
in the
you
clip, I
literally
said
look
in
like
your
the dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice. That's
story.
crazy. The
On your
small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you
Small
posted. I don't
head
watch
guy,
your
Beetlejuice.
stream that much. I only
In the
see
waiting
like
room.
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the
What
same
the
coat and
fuck?
shit.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, that's
Mr. Baby
you
Potato
are a
Head.
comedian.
I
Jesus.
sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut.
God.
Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on
way.
Twitch yesterday because
Sorry
So
about
you
that
got
one
banned.
day.
So you just got back.
yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
Wait, why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're
'Cause I-
you're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
This is a really fucking.
I know, man.
This looks
Cringe
ridiculous
part of
on
this.
my
Sure
end.
does,
I'm
buddy.
sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
And it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that
I
anti-Semitic?
can't even concentrate on this part, man. It's just such a I don't know why Ethan thought it was a good idea to litigate like stuff like this, because it's just so. You need to remember that audiences are fickle. Okay, audiences are not absorbing anywhere near as much as people who are actually involved in these disputes, which means that like you need to be able to make things very concise. Otherwise, like you're fucked. And obviously, talking about the conflict itself will give you that advantage because people can refer to things that they know about beyond the content creators who are fighting. But yeah, I don't know. Apparently, they move on from it in about fucking 30 minutes. So I'm gonna speed this bit up. I'm not caring about this. And I think it's an L for Ethan to be bringing it up as well. I think Hasan wins this part by default.
Antisemitism is when you feel bad personally,
Because
and
all he
that
has to
could be
do
any
is just
number
be
of
like,
different
what?
things that I've done.
You're
in any
bringing
given
this
moment.
up?
Yes, I think
Let's talk about
you were
the
just as bad
issues,
as her
bro.
in your own special way,
Yeah,
and that's why.
let's-
You think
and
I'm
you guys
just
were
as
hitting that
bad
same
as Candace
flavor.
Owens
Yes.
on anti-Semitism
Yes.
in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question.
Can you explain-
Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're
'Cause
kind of
yesterday,
getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I already-
also
Go
for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally
2 days ago,
answered it
you said I
probably
wasn't
2 times.
anti-Semitic.
The reason
For
that
a
I'm saying you're
year-
anti-Semitic
for
is
a
because how you
year-
responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite,
No,
a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did. You did.
Did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
Even
went back
Ben
and checked.
you on it.
I had said
Even-
that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic.
Whoops.
Anti-Semitic. I went back and
Oh,
checked.
so I
You're
was
lying.
just simply spreading
Yeah,
anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a
Tier
question?
list is about Habibi, not Sabra. You're conceding to the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it.
Okay, let me ask you. My
no.
turn. Do you think it's
All right, your
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
Damn.
No. I
Here,
don't,
for
I don't
example,
think
is someone
appropriate.
using
But
it
if you're talking about
anti-Semitically.
me saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish.
got
You're
people
getting ahead of yourself,
deplatformed,
buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're
a,
getting
that's
ahead
a
of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
to. That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I
Hold the
stand on that
phone.
for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're
Who
the
is this?
ADL,
What
bro.
is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on
Jesus.
Rodeo.
What a
Who
guy.
the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah,
This.
you remember.
Wait, is this the?
Oh,
Is this
wait,
the guy?
oh, yeah, you remember.
Wait. No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip
S-slur
of being
on
like,
the
yo,
timeline. He's not
I
a
love
fan.
this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold
no,
on.
it doesn't.
Hold on.
No,
You brought this
it
dude
doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him
this is
as
not
an
the first time
example
you
of
brought
you.
this dude up. It does matter. It
Okay,
does
fine.
matter.
He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You
Listen,
brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I
Now
brought
you
him
don't
up,
care.
Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my
That person is
point.
not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
did you make it seem like that
Hasan.
person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
It's
get
my
there
turn to
right now.
ask a question. Just because
Why
I
do you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give
fucking
you the
guy is a
space to
fan of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried
finish.
to fucking
Okay,
clout farm?
ADL,
Is that
let's
why?
see.
Yes.
Let's just
Okay,
go
thank you
on.
very
I was
much.
very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan,
Is that
I think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
This guy tweeted yesterday confirming he's a Hasan fan. Send me a fucking thing on Discord then, if that's true. If true, huge. If true, wow.
Yeah,
Ethan,
let me.
can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because he's
random
on
dude
video
who
saying
does
he
not
loves
like
you, that you're
me
his favorite
is a
person in the
fan
world.
of
What do you
mine?
mean?
Didn't you use? Didn't wait?
All right, Hasan,
Didn't
here
you
you go,
use
buddy.
him approaching
Here
you?
we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
Approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sorry, bro.
love you.
I'm so
Hey.
sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you,
I
bro.
love you. You're like my girl, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
If someone says they like Hasan's content, they automatically makes them the enemy. Why is that? No, you've got it the wrong way around. Drubbicus. You got it the wrong way around. The problem is that this guy is actually a raging Jew hater. That's the problem. And it's like, well, why are Jew haters liking your content? Why do they like your messaging? Especially since your only overlap really is Palestine. You think this guy's watching Hasan for the fucking trans rights takes? Like, come on.
Yes, it is. And I'm
For
going to
the economics analysis? For the tariffs?
Wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not said he was a fan until he started spreading LGBTQ propaganda. Yeah, because obviously, like, why would you even be confused on this? Hasan supports the Houthis. He supports Hezbollah. He makes apologia for Hamas. If you support those groups, do you think people who support those groups are not going to be anti-Semitic? Bro, if you know anything, you can't support a group that says, curse upon the Jews, death to Israel. They hate the Jews so much that they curse them twice, right? You can't support groups like that and not expect anti-Semites to like your shit. Of course they will.
Derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing.
are.
When I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive
Do
fan
I need
of
to
mine.
play the clip
He was
again?
just trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know, I'm fucked.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Hasan, can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks?
Drubbicus, you can stay. Don't worry. Just you even come in VC afterwards if you want to talk about the history or anything. Yeah. If you want to talk about the conflict, why not?
People around because that also
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Ethan.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Yes, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll do it again. Fuck it.
My producer
I'll
and my
play it
camera
again.
op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm so sweaty, bro.
there.
I love you, bro. I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right
I have
now.
to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so
no.
I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
clout chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles, but I'll play the clip
at a fucking
again.
Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an
literally
interview for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Wait,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Like this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden.
Drubbicus, stop crashing out. We're just reviewing the content. My God. Stop crashing out.
When you look like a fucking
Crash
asshole
out.
for
Mentally ill.
falsely
Therapy.
claiming that some random
I'll play
person
it
who
again.
stalked you
BPD.
is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in,
Okay, I lied.
in one of your videos.
I lied
You
about
said he
him
was
being a
a fan
fan.
of mine, and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
this is a big point of
concede.
contention?
I concede.
Oh, we care about the personal stuff now.
I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you do see my side of this though?
No.
I think
Because like
no,
a
you're being
random
dishonest.
a random Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A random Hasan
wants the
fan
clout
comes up
chase,
to you.
and you wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
implied.
that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that
bad
was a
faith
fan
lie.
of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. When's it, now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
Yeah, that's true. Hasan would never do that. Hasan's too much of a fucking Machiavellian fucking cunt to do that. But what Hasan will do is he'll just promote the content of people who do engage in targeted harassment and promote all their content and grow their audiences and just let them do it like his little fucking attack dog so he can just be like, I don't know about that. I don't support that. I just think they have brilliant takes on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send
harass
him?
you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you
Yes.
imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was
bro?
a fan of mine?
Go ahead. When you're
Your mods told me to bite a curb such kind people in your community, Loner. I guess this is probably the first political community ever where someone's told someone to kill themselves. Yeah, that never happens in other communities. Never, never met a Hasan viewer who ever called for violence, or any of the other ones. Never.
Leading the audience to believe.
I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are
None of us said that.
playing clips over there.
By the way, this was
you can
a while
probably
ago.
Oh, it wasn't even a mod. Okay.
He turned on you
timestamp.
when he saw that you supports trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he
Bro,
actually
who cares?
meets
I'm
me.
not even matter. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing
You
it.
used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro,
hate
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
Uh-oh.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play, Dan? I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey,
I could be on it. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just
I
streaming.
know I
I
look
look like
Jewish.
The guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
it's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or
Yeah.
something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why?
no.
Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not
played
seeing the
it.
clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
It's really
he's showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and
Fine,
not a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging your
an
feet on this
inference that
topic,
is-
bro. It's getting.
I think I might know the clip they're talking about. I think he did say something. There's another clip where he says, "Oh, where's who's that guy with the cameras?" They say, "Oh, it's Hasan." He's like, who's that?" He's like some pro-Palestine guy. He's like, "Oh, cool. He's got loads of viewers. How many viewers?" He's got like 20,000 or some shit. It's like, okay, wait, the guy got excited and went over. So that could potentially true. Yeah. But the problem is that you don't need a particular person to make the argument that Hasan attracts anti-Semites because he supports anti-Semitic organizations.
ridiculous. Can
You've
we
made an
please move
inference
on?
that is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't
also
prove me
false.
wrong at all.
But you gave them the wrong clip. Whoops.
You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think no. I think that guy.
Yeah.
That I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Just like
go.
and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
Bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
Worked with.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Get over it.
No.
Sorry.
Hasan's going to say that like he was trying to pursue like the same or a similar end. Is that what he's going to say? You had similar goals? That means you worked with the ADL? No fucking way, bro. Hell no.
I worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the
Oh,
ADL.
that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL.
These mean the
I
same
worked
thing.
beside
That's how the English
them,
language works.
just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I
Yeah,
worked
yeah,
with
no,
them
I do
privately to
think
get
that,
people
yes.
banned. Of course not.
God, he's so fucking stupid to think
No,
that he can
I
get
do
away
think
with
that.
that.
Didn't you
He's
say
fucking
you
right.
choose your
I
words
think that
very
you
carefully?
worked alongside
He does
the
very
ADL.
carefully,
You
yeah.
just told
to
me
draw up
briefly ago. You
concerns.
choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the
famous
side of
for
my mouth
American
when I say you work with the
9/11,
ADL.
so-
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly
to.
come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
Partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again,
Partnering.
partnering with the ADL. That is precisely
I
what
have
took
never
place.
spoken to
Oh
the
my
ADL. So
God.
what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
feel?
you know what? I am
Partners.
kind of saying that.
Partnering.
I am implying that you
Okay.
directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are a
that's
prominent.
that's a
you are
defamatory
prominent
claim that has
content
zero
creator.
proof. And
You
and
are
frankly, it sounds
prominent
a little
content
Jewish
creator.
conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL. There-
I would have
Oh, if
said
you said they worked for the ADL, then that wouldn't mean, but working with. How the fuck does that? He would have had to say worked for, but that would have been more like what? That would have been the less ambiguous one. He's just like reinventing how sentences work now.
you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about
Hasan,
this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is
with
not
your
working with the
YouTube
ADL. Would you
videos
say that
falsely
I got nothing to
claimed
do with
that
the
this-
ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
That
story
wasn't a
independent of
racist
me.
panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term,
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's
Twitch
Frogan
has
repeating the same lie that you heard from
public
you.
pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she heard from you.
And they give you free passes if you support terrorist organizations, even though they have a specific TOS against it.
Power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL,
Yes.
but you didn't mean that I spoke to
Yes.
them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without
accident
even
of the
seeing each other,
cosmos.
just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, you are. Yeah, don't say you're pretty sure he is. He's just trying to wiggle out of it now by pretending to not know how fucking like the English language works.
No, I don't. I don't
Okay,
think you
well,
worked
you
directly
doubled
with
down on
them.
it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you
that is
directly
a
work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then
you're
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite
you-
history and
you
say I
admitted
said
that
you
you
were
got the
working
streamers
besides
banned. You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You are
about?
a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have.
But that means you worked with the ADL. Oh god, the fake gotcha. He's such a fucking debate bro, man. He's gonna do like a fucking theatrical fucking victory lap because what? Because Ethan played part in someone getting banned. That means he worked with the ADL. Just so you know, the reason to work with the ADL is annoying if you're Jewish is like because people always get conspiratorial around Jews even when there's no conspiracy, right? Like this happens, it must be because you coordinated with this other like nefarious Jewish organization. It's always this shit, yeah.
Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
He's just looking at his chat.
Hey,
and
Hasan,
he's
can I ask you a
happy.
question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi group of
Yeah,
America?
that's what you do. Yeah, they are. Yeah, the Neo-Nazis in America are anti-Zionists. Sneeko, that means Hasan's working with them towards a common goal of abolishing Israel. Here's Sneeko saying free Palestine, abolish Israel. Here's Hasan saying it. Did you got him?
Who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you work with them? Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you partnered? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Yeah. Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinating.
Wait, hang on. Didn't he take credit for more people supporting Hamas, like an anti-Semitic organization? Okay. He took credit for that poll that had Jewish youth being more sympathetic towards Hamas than they used to be. No? Can you say I did this? Okay.
Nations, something.
Wouldn't neo-Nazis hate Hamas because Islam? Again, common goals. Like, Hitler didn't think Arabs were equal, but he did like to work with some of their leaders, you know? Namely, Hajamin al-Sundowni, or...
that we all agree. Like, neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was on the tier list, bro.
In saying that,
it was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
that's not what you said.
You
said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hasan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think the
average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
Makes them look
what do you
mental.
think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
bro? You are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me. It's so obvious what you meant.
Demanding the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it.
That means you partnered with the ADL.
I was on the tier list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think
I'm glad you yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
I didn't even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
I didn't make that. Fuck me, man. Oh, he's such a fucking slime, dude. He's such a slime.
Oh.
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hasan?
This is where, again, Hasan's he's not clever enough to do the fake concession again. He knows how these work. All Hasan has to do is like, yes, Ethan, okay, I fucked up. You didn't actually work with the ADL. I shouldn't have said that. I should have said you're pursuing exactly the same goal as the ADL. Okay, can we move on? You just say that. Just do the fake concession. And then Ethan looks like he's got the concession, but he can't really be like, well, it kind of doesn't change the fact that you it's a big deal that you accuse me of like a conspiracy with some fucking quite unpopular Jewish organization. Okay. But he can't do it. Can't think on his feet.
Answer the question.
It doesn't matter.
Baby
You took
potato
credit for the
head.
band that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
Uh-oh.
Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were. Frankly, if you have the thing, it was even. Did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
Okay.
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they attacked
saying,
me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would
so
think in this
silly, bro.
situation when you are?
Why would Hasan ever use this if it was 2017 and the ADL got, like, let's say the ADL got Fuentes banned, but Hasan also wanted Fuentes banned. Does that mean you would say that Hasan was working with the ADL? You would never allow this thing fucking to slide. It's so stupid. For God.
saying that you did that shit, and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro,
a
I was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid,
Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing
listen.
at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
Oh,
I know
you're being
who?
silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can
Well,
move on.
do I
then.
think
Now
I
you're
got
being
them banned?
silly.
I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to
right?
cash in on
Silly.
your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Whoa.
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm not
you are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. Do you think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you
Oh,
talking about?
do you know them? Are you friends with them, Hasan? Holy shit. Fuck me. What? So they're normies, as in you don't really promote the voices of people who... What? Yeah, you don't promote the voices of commentators, Jewish commentators, who don't represent the minority opinion. Because most Jews are Zionists in America. Easy.
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with...
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity.
Hasan is friends with Zionist Jews. Uh-oh. BadEmmaPanda. Uh-oh. I hope he doesn't know that. Fuck. Uh-oh. What's Hasan doing? Hanging around with a bunch of Zionists? Friends. Because to Hasan, Zionism is Nazism. Zionism is genocide. Why are you friends with a bunch of fucking genocide heirs? Genocide connoisseurs. The fuck?
Than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly enough.
receiving
We can
end
have
of
a
an
more normal
insane fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign. Why would
conversation
they?
with
Why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just to
laugh at
recap?
all of
Yeah, do they think Hasan... Do they know that Hasan thinks they shouldn't be allowed to be fucking dog catchers?
this.
Just to
they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Oh,
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing
up.
to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
Please, let's not talk about the CPS at all. Please, let's not talk about how it's people that I actively promote who were spreading that fucking theory that... Oh, God.
Put a cap on this. Just a cap.
And making these
you're doing the
that
thing that
I
I'm
am,
so
and
critical of you on.
Partnering
okay?
with like the ADL and
You says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide. And
they're human shields. Get them up.
And your only
Put them up.
concern
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can. But these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say.
Jeez,
You're the one being
stupid things
accused
to
of
care
it.
about. Fuck me.
Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think that
No, I don't.
Well, can I just be allowed to promote serial harassers and doxers and glaze their content and grow their audiences that they will use in targeted harassment campaigns. Can I just do that, you know, because I've got a bunch of people are dying in Gaza? Please. Jeez. I should have known this. I should have just worn a Ukrainian flag every time people attacked me. Holy shit.
Fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
You think that the Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
again. Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I'm partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said.
You have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
what do you mean
talked about how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke.
Mm-hmm.
That you did.
Hey, the context
as a
Get
further indication that you are pro-Palestinian.
Banger.
Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. Right. So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as
finish.
A virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
Those,
what I said or what I claim? No,
your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of
disagree.
the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point
I mean, that's
kind of
up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope, this is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on
wrong.
your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are
There you go,
criticizing
dog whistle.
You literally think.
Uh-oh.
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Okay, we're about to leave the drama. We're about to leave the drama.
Like,
we're exiting the interpersonal shit. Yeah, let's go. Let's get to the fucking meat. Dense Pixel, thanks for $5.
like you, I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I definitely
didn't
don't like you.
Anti-Semitism after
Let
doing a
me
podcast
stand
with
on
you for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person. And
This is from Dating and Money yesterday. The guy, I was a Hasan fan in the clip until he started propagating LGBTQ propaganda, H3 Productions. Nah, this is just a troll. You know, it's definitely not that Hasan's rhetoric on Israel-Palestine would attract anti-Semites who support Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Axis. That's definitely a troll, definitely made up. There's definitely no Venn diagram there between Hasan's rhetoric and fucking crazy anti-Semites.
a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope.
everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No,
all right, let's move on. You got
go.
You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
Uh-oh.
What? Destiny? What?
What?
Oh, what? The guy that I talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively 100 times a day, that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community. Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him.
Good point.
What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you
his subreddit.
corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called Hamas Abi
Yeah.
when making arguments
a
about
fuck?
my virulent anti.
Bro, I used to call you fucking Hamas Piker because you're supporting Hamas. Like, what the fuck? That's not an... I Freudian slip call you fucking Hamas instead of Hasan all the time. I did that unilaterally, bro. What was that explanation? Sorry, we need an animation for that. Sorry. Okay, do that one again. Give us that one.
Semitism to pull.
That sounds like
Not only is there video footage of you
working with him, knowing him, Lord Voldemort in my community. Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh,
Here it is. Let's
thank
go.
you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called Hamas Abi
Yeah.
when making arguments
a
about
fuck?
my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a clip.
unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also-
work with
but
Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature him
I
in
don't
my
think it's that
Context
ridiculous
puke,
of a
Hasan. You fucked up. Context puke. Puke.
fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass
how the
harassment
fuck would I
operation
know?
that they
The
engage
Destiny
in.
lore master
So
coming
yeah,
out
I
here.
think that
Yeah.
that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting
Never promoted like Destiny's content. Hasn't definitely not watched any full Destiny videos. Hasn't invited Destiny onto the show. Yeah, okay.
me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are Oh, you pulled a meme.
The problem is that Destiny's community are very online. Like they watch me, they will watch H3, they watch Hasan, they hate watch Hasan all the fucking time. Yeah, they're just busy. They're just busy boys.
from his subreddit once. And
No,
there was
that's
a
not-
guy
that's
in
not
your
the only
Discord
reason.
that's
Did I
also
bring
in
that
his
up?
Discord. I think you're
I didn't say
hallucinating.
I
any-
didn't watch Destiny clips a couple of times. Full videos, I'm not sure.
Of those things.
You sound
I-
fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Uh-oh.
Ethan, I didn't
Hasan,
say
are you
that.
crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
it
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but
see, even you're kind of like making my claim for me, Ogre Boy. What, he toyed with the idea of getting Destiny on, and the crew didn't want to, so he took me on instead. Okay, yeah. The problem is that me and Ethan have spoken. Okay, like me and Ethan have spoken. I know, like, sorry, it's not like you can fucking hide it. He obviously watches at least some of my videos. That's how he found me. He found me through one of my videos. He uses talking points that I put up on my videos, like. Unless he discovered like every single source that I used by himself, and we just did that in unison. But Hasan can't do it with me because I don't have the same fucking tarnished name that Destiny has. That's why Hasan does it.
it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan?
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence with
avoid
Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan?
Hasan?
He reached out purely on his own because he found you through your videos. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if he talks to Dan Saltman, maybe Dan recommended it, maybe someone recommended a video. From Ethan, I heard, I liked the video on left-wing anti-Semitism. Let's talk about that on the show, plus these other things. Yeah, because I made a fucking banger explaining why you tanky dipshits just find yourself overlapping with anti-Semites for the last year and a half, and you're very confused that Jewish people look at you and go like, bro, what? Why did we, Anne Frank did what? The Warsaw get what? Yeah, okay, fuck.
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host,
Yeah,
and
they're different
is
people.
perfectly
You
aligned with him,
say.
and uses his community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own
don't really
community.
fucking care,
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
I'm not
That you now
endorsing him.
openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to
use.
somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well,
That is-
there you
yes,
go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one right now.
You talk to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I'm sorry. This double standard is fucking ridiculous. Hasan shouldn't be allowed to talk about any of this until he explains why he changed his mind to start platforming BadEmmaPanda. That's it. Like, I'm sorry. Hasan promotes people who think that half of the Jews on Earth are military targets, okay? You're never going to find a clip of me saying something like that. You're never even really going to find a clip of like fucking Dan Saltman saying something like that. Like, that's fucking batshit. And he watches their videos and watches their analysis of the conflict and just thinks it's good commentary. And he's never once thought, wait, I think this is really good commentary. I think this person gets the conflict. This person thinks all Israeli Jews are military targets, like as civilians, like all of them. That there's no such thing as a civilian in Israel. So maybe there's something wrong with what I'm doing there. That these two things are not connecting very well at all. Like I don't know why I'm finding myself in a place where I'm supporting someone who wants like 6 million Jews to die or go into camps. That's fucking weird. But no self-criticism. Ethan, on the other hand, has had exchanges with Dan Saltman and promoted something that Dan discovered about the Israel IP ban. And Dan's a friend of Destiny and Pepe Silva. Like, come on. Nice straw man. I don't even need to bring up a tweet, you fucking liar. Ask BadEmmaPanda if he thinks that Israeli civilians, like, that there is such a thing as an Israeli civilian. They will say no. He did it with second thought on the deprogram. Do we deny that as well? I'm collaborating with Vosh now, just so you guys know, because I'm on the subreddit. Vosh forced them to say this.
Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, imagine if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany, to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those
people in chat are saying it. Flimflam saying an occupation has no right to defend itself. Yeah, they think that. So this person thinks that on October 7th, like what? The IDF should have just stood down and been like, here you go, guys, free reign. Go easy on us, bros. Look, there are people who have come into my chat who think 6 to 7 million Jews in the world are fair game to just fucking die, to get shot. How long did that take? I'm sorry, and this side of the internet thinks other people have a problem? Come on.
I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright...
Oh, sorry, I didn't finish the clip. Sorry, I need to finish collaborating with Vouch V.
Civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. Yeah. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Which is funny because he's describing like Israel's not an illegal military occupation. It's a country with a legal right to defend itself. Israel has existed, has been a UN member state for it was like the 49th or 50th UN member state. Like most UN member states were brought in after the formation of Israel.
Yeah. So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number
Beautiful.
two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far, 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 far worse.
And now even Orgaboy's defending it. Look, why do you pretend to hide from this? Can you comment on the setup to the hypothetical? First of all, Israel does have a historic connection to fucking historic Palestine. It does. The Jews do have a historic connection to the land. Second of all, most Zionists arrived in Israel as refugees. They were fleeing persecution. That's why they ended up there. Some of them, quite a few of them actually, in the Haganah committed war crimes and stole land. Yes, that happened in the 48 war. After, by the way, they tried to accept the partition plan and the Arabs said no. That does not mean if a country is founded on unethical means, quite a lot of countries were, that does not mean that you hold every single civilian in that country accountable by military force for the crimes of their ancestors. Unless you are accepting of Native Americans coming, murdering you, and stealing your fucking house. You're still in the country we say kill your family and bulldoze your house. Did every Israeli civilian kill someone's family and bulldoze someone's house? You fucking idiot. He said there are no civilians there. None.
Yeah. So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been
like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there.
There are no civilians there, and they're talking about an attack on Israel proper. You fucking idiot. How do you live with yourself? I know the Hasan tattoo kind of binds you to this position, but it's indefensible. It's indefensible. And sorry, behaving like this and promoting this kind of worldview, it hurts Palestinians. I don't know if you've realized, but targeting civilians has never helped Palestinians. Not once. Not once. The Second Intifada, fucked them. The 48 War, fucked them. October 7th has fucked them. This is why there are protesters in Hamas, and there are protesters in Gaza risking their lives every fucking day for the last month to get rid of Hamas.
Pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my...
Not even the music festival visitors were civilians. No, not according to these people. No. They're occupiers, criminals. They bulldozed someone's house and killed an entire family, you know? I've seen it. It was crazy.
Points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah. Also, because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan. Listen,
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
year and a half
to admit. But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
what have we disagreed on?
Change you and get you to support terrorists.
What have we disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree on?
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a clip
not.
Compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this?
All out of context. Jordan Pearson, let's go.
Out of context.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Name one thing.
There
Go
we
ahead,
go.
read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it.
I thought you hadn't watched
available.
It. Well,
I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7.
No, you don't deny rapes. You just deny almost all of them, bar like one. Yeah, that's true. He does. Yeah.
Okay. That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Yes, this one of these clips was out of context. Yes, that one. But Hasan still denies every rape, barring the one that happened in captivity.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
her
to
name
use
is
that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't know
seconds
why
long
you
out of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I
My
find that a
wife, my
little
wife.
chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so
yeah,
why don't
that's
you say
fine.
that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I
Yes,
was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hasan,
initially understood
that was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good,
said,
he
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
The challenge was name one out of context, and he picked one and began there. Hooker boy, we all know. Like, okay, that's fine. Let's just see. Let's see what they say. That's fine. You think they're all out of context? You think Hasan doesn't? You think Hasan denies? You think Hasan doesn't deny, like, more than one rape? Hasan thinks one rape happened, and it was in captivity. That's the last thing I heard him say, and that was not out of context.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat.
I remember this with was a Tyler, Westside Tyler, like every couple of minutes. By the way, you're getting owned in this debate.
You think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with
way
you.
to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what?
Move
thank
on.
You,
talk
Hasan.
about the
That's so
talk about
kind
the
of you.
disputes.
How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
You are a prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda.
Buddy.
Go ahead.
On the pale.
Sit the fuck down.
Is that there is one instance in
Did you put a
captivity.
Hamas
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Okay, so he agrees with that. He agrees it's one incident. Nothing else is verified. Okay, interesting.
Simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
You're
reaction.
giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
had
It's so
a right,
funny.
Has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
itself.
giggling. I'm
sure
please
are.
do. Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts.
Son's a tanky. He doesn't give a fuck about anything like about anything intersectional or fucking sensitive to other social issues.
I'm not exactly I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you
but
said the captivity claim since it became known months ago. No, you fucking liar. He said that he misread he deliberately misread the UN report. The UN report said that there were two standards of evidence. One is reasonable grounds to believe, and then the other one was clear and convincing. And they said that the rape in captivity, because it came from a survivor, was clear and convincing. The other ones, which were based on witness testimony, from conjecture because of where the bodies were, from some digital evidence that showed someone like running into a shelter, and then like circumstantial evidence suggesting that they were raped in there, and also corroborating witness statements, that was a reasonable grounds to believe. And he thinks reasonable grounds to believe from a 2-week fact-finding mission is not enough. That's ridiculous. Because if you believe that bodies who are found stripped either from the waist down or fully, women with their legs spread, witness statements, if you believe these are not good enough, then you are basically saying that no rapes happened at Sabra and Shatila. That's it. And you can read the McBride Commission if you want on that. Like, if you believe that, because again, I believe rapes happened at Sabra Shatila. Quite a lot seem to have in about 72 hours or less. You can read it here, the McBride Commission. The Sabra Shatila section is page 162 to 187. There are some appendices talking about what witnesses and investigators saw. Doesn't take long to read, less than an hour, easy. We know that rapes happened at Sabra Shatila because, 1, lots of bodies were found stripped either from the waist down or fully. 2, in terms of specific cases, like high-profile cases like Intisar Ismail, we know that they were raped because someone found their body afterwards and saw them. With Intisar Ismail, a doctor ran down into a shelter, saw her body, and determined from looking at her body that she had been raped several times. Then, another person was witnessed being raped. The rest, it's the bodies. That's it. Survivor statements, I don't know if there are any. They're nothing in the McBride Commission. there were medical teams that went to Sabra Shatila after the IDF withdrew, after the phalangists came out. They identified the dead. They didn't do forensics for rapes. They didn't swab people. They didn't do rape kits or anything like that. So the evidence that we have in Sabra Shatila for the rapes are about the same, if not actually a little bit lower, than the evidence we have for the rapes on October 7th. If you think that witness statements and bodies that are found stripped is not good enough to say that a lot of rapes happened on October 7th, then you also don't think rapes happened in Sabra Shatila. Or you have a double standard because you are, I don't know, silly, bad person, dipshit.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health?
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
Women and girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
women
someone
and girls,
is
men and boys
Wait, what?
Slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
So this is the one out of context clip. All the other ones are fine. All the other ones are accurately portraying Hasan's opinion on rapes on October 7th.
Part of this problem that many people that can't contend with, like.
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen.
There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
That's
great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent?
Yeah,
continually? You fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
preliminary report?
Go ahead,
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report.
Again, we don't often get investigative reports for rapes and conflict. Historically, we don't get that either. It's very difficult for a million very obvious reasons that you cannot do a full investigation into rapes in a conflict.
Example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah,
unironically,
absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report,
especially when the IDF blocks them. Ogre boy, you are such a fucking bot. I love it that you bring up these points. We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments.
If you want to do the question on why Israel doesn't want to do an investigation into rapes, this is like a few months after it's happened now. There's a few complex reasons for it. One is it can start with the bad faith one, like the bad reason they would have for denying it would just be because they don't trust the UN. Like they don't trust them. They don't trust the UN to treat Israel fairly. The Goldstone report is a really good example of this, of where there was very clear evidence that the police and security stations that were hit by the IDF were full of fucking soldiers, and that these institutions had integrated themselves in with the Al-Qassam brigades, and for Goldstone to just ignore that evidence completely when Hamas were literally fucking publishing it. But another bad reason might be that they don't want to include an investigation into Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli jails. But there are other reasons that are more legitimate. How do you do an in-depth investigation into rapes on October 7th months after the fact? Are you going to dig out the bodies and look inside and do fucking swabs on someone who's been in the ground for months? Are families going to consent to that? Is it not the case now that as time goes on, victims and witnesses are more reluctant to speak because when they do speak, they get fucking blasted online by nutters like the Electronic Intifada who want to just try and discredit every single thing they say? It's also true that in the context of a war, most states are not generally prepared to pick up and deal with over 1,000 bodies that are lying around to bury them, right? And Zaka, which is made up of largely volunteers and some very corrupt people as well, mangled a lot of the evidence. Some bodies, over 100, were burnt beyond recognition. So can someone please say, Jews don't have like a religious thing about autopsies? Yeah. Can someone please in the chat say what a new investigation months after the fact was supposed to find? I don't recall there being a special investigation into rapes on October 7th. A special investigation into rapes at Sabra. The medical teams weren't there to check out rapes. They were there to identify the dead and identify munitions, like bullets. Can anyone tell me what this new investigation is supposed to do other than like review some more fucking witness statements in a couple of different areas? Well, you don't even believe the witness statements from the areas we do know about. The UN report said in 3 different locations, there were credible witness statements of gang rape, of mutilation, of stripped bodies. I think if you add up the total, you've got at least 20 bodies, mostly women, who were found stripped. Across the various locations, the mission team found that several fully naked or partially naked bodies from the waist down were recovered, mostly women, with hands tied and shot multiple times, often in the head. There are pictures of people with their hands tied as well. So that's at least sexual violence, like stripping someone against their will. That's sexual violence at least. Thank you for the crickets, by the way, for the people who are saying what a new special investigation was supposed to actually uncover or to review that we haven't done already.
It's a lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance
in
captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda. Remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please calm down.
Okay,
you're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're.
Whoa.
Behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay.
Well, also, it's not just one person who spoke directly. No one has disputed this either. I don't think that there were therapists working with a woman who was gang raped, but this person is just never going to talk to reporters or investigators. Which again, this also happens in the real world. Most rape victims don't come forward. Most rape victims who do come forward don't get a conviction. It's one of the hardest crimes to prove. But anyway.
Okay.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah.
Again, it's not just that's not the report. Also said 100 bodies were burnt beyond recognition. The report also said that with Zaka they were burying bodies really fast, but it's not just to do with them being like incompetent. It's also to do with like the whole Jewish thing of like wanting the bodies to be buried as quickly as possible. Forensics for rapes are not the norm in war. Most rapes that have happened across history are not accompanied with forensic evidence. This is not true. The rapes in the 48 war, the rapes in Sabra, they're not accompanied with forensic evidence. They're accompanied with the same kind of evidence that we have here.
Spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7, taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well.
Yeah.
They polluted
the evidence. We don't like Zakah, yeah.
Okay. That's number one. Number two. Numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Yeah, again, because some statements have been discredited doesn't mean they all have. Even the UN report found like a couple of statements were discredited, yes. Can you link that article you flashed? Which article? Which one was I on? I've got a lot of tabs open. Yeah, there were some statements that were The article I flagged, this one about the no condition. This is from Screams Without Silence. But again, I don't think anyone has disputed this claim. I don't think anyone's disputed this claim. We know that this guy, Yossi Lando, is a liar. He lied about 2 instances, actually. I think he was the origin of the... what were the ones that were not true? There was the babies in bins, there was the pregnant woman, and I can't remember what else. But they don't use him for that. Like, people say that they used Yossi Lando, and this is why this article's like shit, but they used him in the New York Times article because it's just him saying that he didn't take pictures of the fucking raped woman. Like, that's it. That's all they use. They use him as evidence that Zaka fucked with the evidence. They cleaned up scenes of carnage, inadvertently destroyed evidence. But, you know. Again, show me a war where this doesn't happen.
Which article?
I mean,
what's
I can't
the Haaretz article that
Google
accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Yes, 2 were. That doesn't mean all of them were. You fucking slimy, professional, misogynistic piece of shit. Yes. Show me a war where false claims don't happen. Do you know that actually quite a lot of original claims about Deir Yassin were proven false? Do you know that, Hasan? Does that mean that there was no atrocity? Does that mean that nothing bad happened? No. It means that some claims were false. I don't even think Hasan knows that. You know that, like, he's doing what the ultra-Zionists do. You know, the ultra-Zionists will say that that Deir Yassin's bullshit because the Arab leaders, the Arab media at the time, intentionally lied about Deir Yassin. They exaggerated. They added in like atrocities that didn't happen. They added in tanks. They added in mass rapes, actually, which didn't happen. But then people use that to act as if like nothing bad happened at all, even though it did. Like it was still a massacre. We still know that like a whole family of like 10, 11 plus people were machine gunned as they came out of their house after surrendering. We know that 7 to 8 people were shot and then thrown into a ditch near a quarry. We know that some people were paraded around East Jerusalem in the back of a truck. Some of them were shot as well. We know that most people who died even during the fighting were civilians because they just randomly threw grenades into houses. But ultra-Zionists will just be like, oh no, but Arab media lied about it. They exaggerated, so fake. Hasan's doing the same thing.
Me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence.
He's like excited because he likes the word circumstantial because he's going to pretend that like that's not good enough. Oh no.
Genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this
hallucinating?
Real quick. No. So
they're crushing out.
You just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means Hasan is still a fucking misogynistic frat boy cunt who wants to say Piker it didn't happen. That's what that means. Circumstantial evidence is almost all the time all we have for determining rape. Like that's circumstantial evidence for rape is like there's not a fucking video of it. You know, like fucking rape kits are circumstantial evidence. DNA is circumstantial evidence. Someone comes and says, "Hey, mate, this guy calls himself the professor, the professional. He raped me. And Professor's like, what? No, I didn't know. And then they do a test. They do a DNA test. It's like, oh, okay. So there is proof that there was sexual contact here. And then the Professor goes, yeah, but she consented. The DNA, even a DNA test, is circumstantial evidence. And then the Professor goes, what? I thought she wanted it. She said, yeah.
Means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said Piker didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits.
Prosecute.
Hasan needs rape kits.
But yeah, even rape kits are circumstantial evidence. Like, because if there were rape kits, do you know what people would say? If there were rape kits at the Nova Festival, fuck me. We're never gonna. Yeah. If there were rape kits on all the bodies in October 7th and they found some sexual contact with some of them, do you know what people would say? People would be like, yeah, but it's a festival. Everyone's shagging at a festival. How do you know she wasn't just boning her partner in the tent? Oh, fuck. Sorry, the majority of evidence in rapes is circumstantial evidence. It's so stupid. Again, we only have circumstantial evidence for rapes at Sabra. We don't have a full forensic investigation. But Hasan believes it. I believe it. Why the different standard? Why? Can someone tell me?
Evidence is not enough.
Piker didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not, show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox.
Even this picture didn't happen. You know that not every bit of picture or like video footage from October 7th is published, right? Because some of it's like families don't want people to see it. This one, for example, people forget this one in the report. Kibbutz Re'im, one of the worst hit ones, maybe the worst, actually, I can't remember. There are reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred in Kibbutz Re'im, including rape. This included the rape of a woman outside of a bomb shelter at the entrance of Kibbutz Re'im, which was corroborated by witness testimonies and digital material. Why no one brings up this example? And again, that's rare. It's rare that you have digital evidence of a rape happening that's also corroborated with witness testimonies at one of these events. And this all happened. You've got stripped bodies, at least 20, in multiple different locations. You have several witness statements. You have corroborated witness statements. You have, at least in one or two cases, digital material. And this all happened. Hamas left all this evidence behind in less than 12 hours. Less than 12 hours. In a very small, and they only had military superiority over a very small part of Israel. But I don't know. At this rate, you're just pushing a fucking metric ton of boulder up the hill. God.
Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence...
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on...
2 debunked accounts, you dishonest piece of shit. What? That means, again, there's more than 2 accounts. And again, he's lying about the report. The report described a lot of these witness statements as credible, as in they asked like more than one person. Credible sources. Bodies naked from the waist down. Credible information. Incident of rape of 2 women by armed elements. 2 debunked accounts. Jesus fucking Christ.
October 7 fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited.
Ogre boy, we're gonna We're gonna get to that one as well. Don't worry.
Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account. It's two accounts. But the rest
there's
of the,
way more than 2 accounts. What am I? What? Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped. Therefore, all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Piker didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7th.
Witnesses have tested. Witnesses have gone to witnesses spoke to the UN. The UN spoke to multiple witnesses.
And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution
it is, but
of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
swastika boy.
Narratives.
Oh, no.
And also,
it's getting pay. It's getting
here
nasty.
is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in
a
line
case
with
to be brought up against the perpetrator. What the fuck? It's an armed conflict. What are they going to do? Are they going to send the fucking fuzz with their donuts into fucking Gaza to arrest some fucking Nukba fighters? What the fuck? Sue them. Sue them for everything they got. Civilly liable. He's so fucking dense. He's a red pillar. He's a fucking red pill, bro. He's Andrew Tate. These are Andrew Tate arguments. If you made any of these fucking arguments about rapes that happen in peacetime, in a domestic situation, like locally, you would be fucking thrown out the window. FBI, open up. We've dug out a lady and then rape kitted her 6 months after the fact. And we found your name on it. Open up. I hope there are no IEDs in this house and no tunnels underneath. I'm quite lucky to have gotten here alive with a pistol and a donut and some handcuffs. Fuck me.
the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claims.
Prosecution. Actually fucking decolonize yourself, you white fucking moron. Like, I'm sorry. Like, after the war, maybe, like, you might get fucking, do you think, it's like, how many prosecutions at Nuremberg? A lot less than crimes were committed. Do you know there were so many fucking rapes the Nazis committed in Eastern Europe that, like, there was one division where 10% of the soldiers got fucking STIs. 10% of the unit of the fucking division, that's like, a Nazi division, that's like hundreds of people, maybe over 1,000. That's like 1,000 plus soldiers in one division getting fucking turbo AIDS because the amount of raping they were doing. How many prosecutions were there for that particular crime? Probably less than the amount of crimes that happened. A lot less. Fuck.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
they're
someone
all
sent
dead,
me this link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me?
Yes. Out of interest, I just want to make sure I'm not wrong on this. Like, I don't want to keep saying this with if there's proof otherwise. So for Sabra Shatila, I've read the McBride Commission. I've read a couple of reports, a couple of compilations of witness statements. I've read the newspaper articles from the journalists who were on the ground at the time. I've read the Kahan Commission, the Kahan report. I don't think I've ever heard anyone from Sabra Shatila talk about rape survivors talking. I'm pretty sure everyone who got raped at Sabra Shatila died. They were killed. Is that true, or are there any actual rape survivors who spoke about being raped at Sabra Shatila? I know there was one woman who said that her her newborn, her like very, very newborn baby was fucking sliced to death with a knife because the soldier just told her he's going to grow up to be a terrorist. I know that there was some of the phalangists knocked on the door and did fake Israeli accents because they thought that the IDF were a professional army and wouldn't like harm them if they were civilians. So they opened the door, saw the tree on their shoulder, and then realized they were fucked. I know about full families being lined up against walls. I know about kids playing dead underneath the fucking bodies or alongside the bodies of their families for the whole day to survive. But I don't think I've heard of any survivor witness statement talking about they got raped. Maybe there are, but like I haven't seen them. I know there are witness statements for 2 high-profile cases where 2 women were raped multiple times. One of the witness statements is someone as a doctor who found her after the fact. And I also know that there were just loads of bodies that were left stripped of women. You know, legs spread, vagina exposed, all that shit. But if anyone has otherwise, you can let me know, because I don't want to be yapping that point forever. Like if there's more.
Names of the victims. I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape. If there are victims that have come forward in this process, I will play it for you. As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's
okay, Ogre Boy, I'm gonna assume you're coming at this in good faith, and what you actually so what you're saying to me, Ogre Boy, Mr. Hasan Tattoo, what I assume you're saying is, okay, I agree about these ones. Like, if I believe that lots of rape happened at Sabra Shatila, then I'm also going to concede that at least like a couple, like a dozen or 2 dozen happened on October 7th as well, based on the evidence. Otherwise, I'd be hypocritical. I assume you're saying that as a premise, but then you're also asking on top, what about this specific claim about the IDF who published someone confessing to raping in when they were a POW, but then the prosecutor's saying they don't have enough for prosecution. Well, if that's all you're asking, okay, and you're coming in good faith, there are multiple reasons why that might be the case. I don't know if the Israeli criminal justice system tends to prosecute a rape when you have a confession from a soldier in captivity, when they're known to use like torture, right? To use that confession when there's no identified victim or survivor because the bodies were like buried badly, or some of them were charred by RPG fire or whatever. Or because of like the way that these people are not Israeli citizens. Like, there's a lot of reasons that you might not have enough for a criminal prosecution within Israel when there are 2 sides of an armed conflict, separate sides of an armed conflict.
There's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Give me the names.
Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that.
But that was discredited by my good friend Ryan Grimm. My good friend Ryan Grimm, who thinks it's impossible to rape someone in 4 minutes. That's fucking brilliant, man. Oh God. You know, people say there's a lack of digital evidence. I'm not gonna tell you where to find it, but go find the Israeli the page that has all the footage on pictures that are public of October 7th atrocities, and look for the picture of the video of Gal Abdush, who's found in the black dress dead. Look at like the way that her fucking legs are spread, her dress is lifted up, her vagina is completely exposed, and there are still people who say that she wasn't raped because family members who weren't there, her sisters, I believe, said that they didn't believe it. Her mother did believe it, which Ryan Grimm did not mention for some reason. And they also don't believe it because there was a phone call. There are 2 text messages, 9 minutes apart, that show when she's alive and then when she's dead. And they extrapolate from that you can't rape someone in 9 minutes. There's literally no point in showing evidence, because even when it's like the best circumstantial evidence in conflict that you're ever going to get, people still don't think it's good enough. So,
and testifying, I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench, she's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of
discredited
sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly
debunked by Z Squirrel. He's just reading Z Squirrel threads or fucking drop site.
Found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same screams without violence, the screams without words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that.
And wow, really, I cannot believe that rapes happen in Israel as well. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, and that's fucking disgusting. Yeah, she didn't deserve to get raped. What? How does that exonerate fucking Hamas? It doesn't make any. It's just. He's such a debate bro. He's such a fucking debate bro. It's so funny.
I have not seen you talk about the Israeli
a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Israel
Do you find
had
it
a
interesting?
January
There's something
6th
that I
style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? Why I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly.
Yeah, and Hamas took fucking Shani Luke's body, her mangled fucking body, around Gaza, and people in the crowd celebrated and spat on it. And like, what's this got to do with whether or not rapes happened on October 7th? This is just Hasan, like he's going back to narrativizing. It's like, oh, okay, fuck. This is I actually do look quite bad when I'm saying that I need a fucking swab or a picture or a video, or I need the rape victims to have all survived and spoken publicly before I believe anything happened here. Shit, let's be Israel rapes too.
With guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
How did this one person become numerous as well? How did this one? Because I think there were 2. So as far as like abuse in terms of like smacking them in the genitals and all that shit, like there's a lot of that, like sexual violence, yeah. But when we're talking about rapes, because apparently we like to draw distinctions between that now. When we talk about rapes, like there was the guy who was, there was the video, and he had and I believe the courts argued over whether, like, what fucking item was used, but it's quite clear that his, his fucking ass was punished, basically. Yeah, he was sexually violated. There was another person who people are saying was raped to death because he was a doctor who was dragged through. Witnesses said that they saw him getting dragged through the prison with his trousers down. But then they also say that he was beaten, like he was battered in his ribs and he had like broken bones and shit like that. I don't believe any like doctor or anyone there said that he had been raped to death. People have just like extrapolated that, like he might have been. But where is all this like industrial scale, like mass? Can you just do the same thing for, like, again, I don't know why people dispute this. Like, we know that Israel has, like, Israeli soldiers have raped prisoners in captivity. We know that. We know that Palestinian women, despite the fact that the last report didn't said they couldn't confirm the PA's claims of women being raped in Israeli jails. They actually said they didn't find evidence of that. it's still logical to assume that it has happened because, again, we know that sexual abuse happens in those prisons. We know that prolonged strip searches and threats of rape happen, but it makes sense that Palestinian women in Israeli jail would not admit to being raped. They wouldn't come forward about it for the same reason that Israeli Jews wouldn't. Palestinian women more so because they there's like cultural shame of admitting that. Like there's a whole like religious and cultural reason for not saying it. But again, there's more than enough circumstantial evidence to suggest that Palestinian women have been raped in Israeli jails. But again, like I don't know why that standard is okay for Hasan, but like the other one isn't. It's weird.
Here's a victim.
No, Hasan has never asked for a rape kit for that one. No.
They raped to
Are
death.
you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity.
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I know exactly what he was.
Ethan's not really getting the point here. I don't think he knows like how. It's so, you know, I think in all of human history, I don't think I've ever seen an allegation of like multiple rapes be scrutinized this heavily. Like imagine if any other conflict, if people were out there scrubbing for every bit of footage from every witness or survivor. Like I know that there are rabid like Zionists who do this for every claim that happened with like Palestinians in Gaza, but this kind of fucking obsessively. Yeah, Ethan needs to know this. He needs to know the subject very well to navigate it with Hasan. Hasan's not denying the survivor who said she was raped. He's denying everything else. You need to focus on that.
Planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No.
So Hasan is saying that no rapes happened on October 7th. He said one happened in captivity afterwards. He should get that concession out of him and then be like, okay, well, we need to discuss your standard of evidence, like, and make sure it's consistent.
Listen to what she has to say, Hasan.
Ethan,
Hasan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk.
Wasn't even allowed
No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry
Ethan,
or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hasan.
horrifying way.
Jesus
it's
Christ.
so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to me.
It is. We
were held in such
Show respect, bro.
monster, brother. That is fucking
So Ethan definitely got the upper hand on Hasan. Like Ethan was obviously on the ball with the circumstantial evidence argument, like the picture didn't happen. That is exactly like Hasan is just inventing a new standard that he doesn't apply to other events for the race on October 7th. Ethan's not getting the point here with this witness statement. Hasan acknowledges this one, so yeah.
Should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal and
plug on
ruthless
this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Dan,
Now,
don't bring
You
Dan
really have no
into it.
problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of Hamas on
militant.
October 7th.
I literally said in the video,
A
man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as initial
more
D,
than one.
was the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me.
So there's two now, okay? Hasan would have to acknowledge there's two. If we believe victims.
to my
They
words
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here
The fucking
is simply
projection, man.
weaponizing
Oh,
a
God,
victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh, yeah.
Ethan,
Are you
from
denying
witnesses,
that?
you said-
From witnesses. Yes, Hasan. Okay.
In the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
There's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence.
Wait, what
you
did he? Hang on, maybe I misheard him. What did he say here?
Doesn't matter if fucking rape
Listen.
happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses.
Witnesses. Hassan's retarded. Whatever.
Most of who
Dozens
were
of
in hiding
testimonies.
and
What can you
heard
do?
Oh, yeah.
What can you do, eh? He said witnesses and Hasan heard testimonies. Hasan is he's a very stupid person. He's so dumb. How can you, he said, witnesses, Hasan.
Ethan,
Are you
in the
denying
beginning,
that?
You said,
And each-
in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
there's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were
Uh-huh.
numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
Names.
and-
Fuck you, man. If I asked Hasan to name a rape victim from Sabra Shatila, he'd actually rope. He would be like, what? You don't need fucking names usually for these things. Oh my God.
Names. What do you mean?
It's
What do you
so
mean, what's with
vile
my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma
understand.
of the victim.
If there are
Just because
victims,
you need your
you
heroes.
said
All right, you know
believe
what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on.
Fuck me.
Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
Like he said witnesses. I'm choosing my words very carefully, and he just confuses witnesses for survivors. Okay.
Gave you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier.
You
when
are. You are a rape denier. Yeah, just because you acknowledge one, but you deny all the other ones, even though they meet the standard of evidence that you would absolutely accept if it happened to Palestinians. Yeah, you're a rape denier. What? Oh, what? No, I didn't deny all rapes. I only denied all but one. Fuck off.
You yourself, the one evidence
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right
the-
now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I
captivity
just showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just
point.
showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
what?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rape.
I'm gonna take back my position earlier. When I was talking to Queeman, I said I wasn't sure about calling it mass because when I think of mass rape, I think of like fucking Bosnia or Pakistan or whatever. But given the concentration of it, I think it's okay to call it mass rape. Like if a mass murder, if like mass murder can involve killing like 30 or 40 people, like then mass rape. I think there were at the very fucking least 20 bodies that were found stripped from the waist down or fully, like legs spread. There are like more than a dozen witness statements that have been described as credible by the UN report. And given that it all like that concentration of sexual violence in less than 12 hours in a very small part of the country, like it's dead to rights. Yeah, it's mass rape. But
Rapes happen. Listen to my words.
Yes,
if you're really not happy with the whole like, oh, maybe they just stripped them and then ran away. Okay, it's mass sexual violence then. Like, yeah, fuck. And the UN report would say that as well because they described like prolonged strip searching as sexual violence for Palestinian prisoners, which is true. Yeah. Like unnecessarily long strip searches.
I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there
it
you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed
the
you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said
Where you
very
ignored the UN
carefully
report
and very
invented double
deliberately
standard because you fucking hate Israelis, maybe?
that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most
And
victims
not
were
only-
killed. Hasan. Report
Do you
follows
see that?
earlier
Wait,
testimony from a man
okay.
who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they
do you
fucking
think
kill
when
them.
someone-
According to the
do you
report, 4
think-
individuals approached the
Do you think
welfare
when
minister
someone is
with their
murdered, that there is
sorry,
no
Hasan.
way to actually examine?
Sorry, talk about
Do you
being
think that when-
gross.
do you
Listen to
think
these
that
victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
actually conclude
because
that
they,
person
you know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I
you.
don't know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is from.
bro?
If
I'm
you
showing
said
you the
dozens of
evidence
victims
that
came
you're
out
wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 12, sorry, not blah, 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 but 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I didn't know there were that many. Fuck, that's new. So Hasan's got 4 now.
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have
Okay,
no
so then what
reason
the
to believe
fuck
that
is
they
your
are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this,
very
and I
tame.
have read extensively on
No, you
this,
haven't. You've read Twitter threads posted by fucking Zay Squirrel.
as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip.
Do you know what? He doesn't care about forensic evidence. He does not care. Do you know what the forensics said about the prisoner who was filmed being abused and what it looked clearly like they were about to insert something into his fucking rear end? The forensic report said that they said it. What was it like? They said that he had a rectal wound, but not a wound in his anus, which suggests that the wound was inflicted from the outside, like by a beating or something. Hasan doesn't give a fuck about forensics. I personally think it's actually not impossible to have like no anal wound but have a rectal wound, but fucking medical forensics over here. And it's also if he wasn't raped per se, he was sexually abused to fuck. Like, I mean, bro. Are we splitting hairs on that? Hasan doesn't give a fuck about forensics from the Israelis. Like he would deny forensics that came from the Israelis.
From a Haaretz article
This is so exhausting,
that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article.
Rozovsky.
I just
why
read
are
you
you
firsthand
discounting?
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
You're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did
victims.
you said
I'm
where's their
saying that
bodies?
Since,
Pics or it
since
didn't
what
happen.
you have mentioned, since
You're
the thing
saying
that
pics
you
or it
mentioned,
didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're
No, that's
fucking
not-
dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying you
okay?
killed them?
Oh no.
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting you, just clip it and send it to me, Chad. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Didn't Hamas burn some of the victims? They burned a lot of the victims. They burnt some people alive in their houses. I mean, if you believe forensics, we know that actually people keep saying this because, like they said, no babies were decapitated. Well, yeah, we know that. Children had their heads off, right? We don't know if they were blown off with an RPG or like something fell on them or if they got decapitated, but we know that people had their heads taken off. We know that at least some people were actually decapitated if we trust witness testimony, like adults were decapitated. We know that we know if you're going to trust forensics, then we know that at least there was a mother and a child who were in an embrace and they were burnt alive and they had soot in their lungs, which means that they were still breathing when they were on fire. Some people were burnt alive in their shelter. Some people were burnt alive in their houses. Some people were blasted with RPGs. Lots of people were burnt. That's even in the investigation, like 100 bodies burnt beyond recognition.
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
But there are no indictments for that, so it's probably fake. there's no donut munching fucking arrest warrants being served in Han Yunis for the guys who did that.
Because I just read 4 first.
Because the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad.
The Thai worker who someone was attempting to decapitate with a shovel. That was a civilian doing that. That was an unaffiliated civilian.
By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't
I
mean
don't
that.
care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet. Speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay, she was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Imagine an Israeli woman going to the fucking police station and being like, "I'd like to charge this fucking Hamas guy. I didn't actually get his name. Can barely remember what he looked like, to be honest. Fuck off.
Willing to expose it.
Most women don't even want to go to pursue charges for people who rape them in their own country. Fuck's sake. Fuck me, man. I think his name was Muhammad. Like, come on. It's Yaya. Thanks for the $4.99. Really appreciate that.
She excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't.
Ask Pixie what she thinks, bro. Oh, I already asked her, Tom. She thinks you should get banned.
Reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this. Okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
There has
happen.
been no justice for these victims.
Pixar didn't happen. Trying to reframe it. These victims have had no justice. Oh my god.
On October 7, due to the fact that the government completely
I'll crack open a root
ruined.
beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place.
Just so you guys know, even in Muslim culture, I believe, do they not bury bodies quickly as well? It's not like a Jewish specific thing. Sorry, Hasan. Sorry. It's just, I don't think there should be any apology for the fact that most people in Israel, and if they were Muslims as well, yet generally these people don't want bodies being fucking dug out of the ground or like gathered up and fucking lined up on a little fucking table and have someone go through them with like swabs and a scalpel and everything so that they can publish all this information with pictures and everything and DNA test results just so that you can fucking like, just so that pieces of shit like Hasan or Zay Squirrel, whoever else, can throw them under a fucking magnifying glass and toss themselves off every time they find something that they think is an inconsistency.
No way
For
to
firsthand,
actually,
are you
there's
actually
no way
like
to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you listening?
You think
for firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
let's.
what
You know
I'm
what?
giving you
You're
is
right.
the Israeli
You know what,
prosecutor's
Hasan? You're right.
office's
Let's
own
err on the side
statement.
of these
If there are
victims
victims,
lying.
then why are
Let's
there?
err on the side.
Why are they not trying to get sue them for? Why are they trying to take them to civil court? Get some money out of it.
You're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you are.
my confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened. Were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes.
Oh,
if you don't know
does
that,
Hasan not even know about Jewish culture? If you knew anything about Judaism,
then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Why? Why, you fucking nosy little cunt? Why does there need to be a forensic investigation? He's full of shit. He's just full of shit. You would never say this for rapes that happen to Palestinians. There needs to be a forensic investigation. Fuck you, man. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to probably go on the side of the families who don't want their bodies, the bodies of their loved ones, dug up and fucking stared at under a microscope. Because then, you know what Hasan would say? Like, oh, but I don't know. Should we really be giving it to forensic investigators? Let's make an international investigation. Let's get fucking Francesca Albanese and let's probably bring on Hasan as well to go and look at the body and have a little examination. You know, bring the professor in, bring the professionals to go and have a good look. To be like, doesn't look very raped to me. Fuck off. Man, if I was Jewish, oh shit, I would just be like, what? Why? There has to be a forensic event. Fucking hell. And it would have, for Hasan, it would have to be third party, right? Because these guys think Hen Kugel, the head of the Israeli Forensic Institute, they think he's a liar. So it would have to be third party, you know? Bring which country's going to do it?
What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen.
He's so
they
gross,
bury the
man.
body.
Not
Pixar didn't happen.
Okay, listen, Hasan fans in chat. You need to fucking stop and take a look at yourself here. Hasan is literally saying it doesn't matter that Jewish people like to dignify their dead by burying them quickly. Muslims do this as well, by the way. And his response is, it doesn't matter. There needs to be forensics. As in, you have to dig out the fucking bodies, do your little swabs on them, and I guess publish any if a body was stripped, like when they were found dead, then you need pictures of that as well, even if the family doesn't want those pictures published. Like, you should be fucking ashamed of yourselves for like promoting this person. Close your eyes and imagine I said this about Sabra Shatila. Like, I don't care for what the accusations were because there was no effort to take out the bodies and do swabs. Regardless of what the families believe, the husbands, their wives, their brothers, their sisters.
think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these four accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these four
Nations
accusers?
or a third party?
Does there need to be forensic evidence for every death in Gaza? Then does every body need to go through a full forensic investigation for exactly like how they died? Because that doesn't seem to be what happens. When we saw from the New York Times report with doctors talking about like the kids who had bullets in their heads and everything, like you don't see doctors talking about like which particular round of ammunition was used or anything like that, because these people are working in a fucking incredibly intense situation. Like they're not publishing like several pages worth of like forensic and ballistics information on every single body that comes their way. Like, because this has never been an expectation that's made in conflict.
Explain these four
and
accusers.
conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain
well,
the
let's err on the side of them
those
lying.
four accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an impasse.
Bodies being identified is not the same as like a full forensic investigation for exactly how they died, Ogre Boy. Sorry. All the Israeli victims of October 7th, they are named, they're identified. You can do identification, largely because people are like, where's my relative gone? Like that, you can identify the dead. That's very different from a full investigation into like whether or not they were raped. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself, man. You should be looking at that tattoo and fucking crying. This piece of shit actually said, it doesn't matter that they buried the bodies quickly. We need a third party to come in and start poking around women's fannies looking for rape evidence. Fuck off.
I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a propagandist and you fucking hate Israelis. Can we move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
You have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
This is true. Hasan could salvage something from that. And also, Ethan's not really noticing how fucking mental what Hasan's saying is, I guess, because of like the argument about circumstantial evidence, he let it slide a bit. Also, the thing he said about it doesn't matter, there needs to be third party forensics. Like that's these two things Ethan should be like fucking taking him to the fucking moon over it. Like, but yeah. He doesn't seem to know exactly like what the discourse is, like what the talking points are for this issue with regards to survivors versus witnesses.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it
admit
was false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet?
The doctors published x-rays, yeah, and if you looked into this, they published some x-rays, but again, Hasan's talking about forensic evidence for like basically fucking everyone. Also, you can potentially identify ammunition from an X-ray, but not always. Like lots of bullets look very similar, right? You can identify the round, maybe like the caliber. I think it is like if it's a 5.6 whatever. But even that, like some of these like sizes of bullets are used by both sides. So you'd have to X-rays alone are not like a full don't encompass the entire like complexity of a forensic or ballistics investigation, as far as I know. But again, we don't expect people to do that. Like we don't expect this from any conflict ever.
This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, "Go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture."
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he's happy with
Fantastic.
this one.
Okay,
Israel
very
proper
good. I
is
guess
like
what's the is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Nazi-occupied Poland.
What's the
Let's
picture?
go.
This is zone of interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is
what?
a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a train
me
that
is what?
Most
if
likely,
you wanted to be analogous, you never will be comparing Nazis to Israel. You would probably choose a settlement near the West Bank. You wouldn't say Israel proper, but okay.
Inferred to be sending
one.
This is the clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip.
In America, an autopsy is performed, and the families don't have a say. Good for you. Domestic situation, not in the middle of a fucking armed conflict. For one, two. If you have an issue with Jewish practice, then take it up with Muslims as well, or fuck off.
Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not
Zone of
going
interest.
nowhere.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
The content.
You think he's
content
happy
slop.
he made that video?
The context slop. Call it that.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that
I think
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Let's go.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
Oh, I don't care. It's so petty. Fuck off.
Wait,
Not interesting.
Ethan,
from a humble
play the
viewer.
video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
I thought Hasan didn't know who Nick Dorio was. Isn't this the guy who Nazi?
Let's watch
not
it.
Correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's.
Wait, what about the Auschwitz comparison? Where did that come from? Zone of interest. Just to be clear, Auschwitz-Birkenau, less than 3, 4, 5 years. Less than about 3 years it would have been. Auschwitz-Birkenau. Yeah, they murdered like 1 million Jews. It's and there's no armed conflict happening from the Jewish end at this point, right? It's not like Auschwitz. It's not like fucking Auschwitz was before the Nazi occupation a fucking launch pad full of tunnels and military infrastructure and rockets and weapons firing at Germany and trying to destroy the entire country. God, fucking damn
funny
it.
and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on.
And it was a prison. They were unarmed and fucking like completely defenseless when they were put in and killed. Okay.
Podcast.
What I want to do is show you.
Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were in the video.
clip.
Guys, how I see Israel. Because
You
you
were in
don't
the
see
video.
that when you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about Israel proper. What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to give you a big timeout now because you're just fucking lying. No, they do not. International organs of justice do not necessarily conduct assessments of crimes through autopsies. Read the entire fucking McBride Commission and Sabra Shatila and tell me how many autopsies they used to discover rapes happening. You fucking liar. Go away.
My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
we
did
never
you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, I said the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean,
God, Hasan is so familiar with all of these clips. He's actually like, I thought he didn't have time for this stuff. I thought he was like a fucking. I thought Hasan was a news commentator. He's not though, is he? He's like a slop creator. It's ironic because even though the rape thing, there was a few hit and misses from Ethan, he could have done a lot better there. And he was speaking past Hasan with the survivor testimony completely. Despite that, Hasan does a lot worse in the rape part than he did on any of the sword, the Sabra list, the Theo Von. Hasan was so much more confident and competent in navigating that part of the conversation than he was in the rape part. Like, so far, Hasan's worst part of the performance is the rape denial part, which is interesting because that's the politics part. He's actually better at slop than he is at politics so far.
Like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny?
Crazy,
it's all on the audio.
Like
Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio.
Were...
You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
Both AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Divide and conquer. This Ottoman colonizer thinks he can divide and conquer. Oh no.
What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay.
Yeah.
So
he's like excited to bring it up.
Let's begin.
Fuck.
This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
No, it's...
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Especially since Hasan thinks all of Israel's actions are because of an exterminationist view towards Palestinians. But that means the difference between Israel proper and the West Bank and Gaza does matter, because why are Palestinians in Israel living such different lives as, by law, like as equal citizens, like with the same passports and same citizenship as the Israelis? Why is their conditions so different from Gaza and the West Bank if it's just about a specific hatred towards Palestinians? That doesn't make sense. Palestinians who live in Israel are citizens. Like they're Israeli citizens. They have voting rights. They face discrimination, but to call it like apartheid or to call it like racial fucking like exterminationist policy, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. There are more Arabs and there are more Palestinians in Israel than there are Jews in every MENA country combined, every Middle East, North Africa country combined.
I mean, the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
But so the Settlers documentary is a lie. That's exactly what I said, Satnav. You're a very intelligent person. It's exactly what I said. Yeah. That's what I said. That's what I mean when I'm talking about Palestinians who live in Israel, you fucking moron. Okay. Sorry. Stop trying to say that it's an apt comparison with Nazis in the fucking Holocaust. It's just not. It's just not. Fuck.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz?
To occupied Poland? Well, I'm sorry. Is Israel occupied territory to Hasan? Does he disagree with international law? Okay. Well, he's so fucking dense, man. Jesus
Being like,
Christ.
well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
Occupied Poland.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean,
Well,
where
Jonathan
Israel?
Glazer,
You
who
mean in
made
Tel Aviv?
this-
So you're
Jonathan
saying that
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your
He
criticism.
said as much.
You're
in
saying
his Oscar award.
all I said was
well, because he got an Oscar, that means he's a valuable political commentator. Hasan, you are a slop commentator. You are a fucking entertainer. That's why you think, oh, this guy won an Oscar, therefore his opinions on the Holocaust in Gaza are clearly well informed. What a fucking moron. What a slop content creating piece of shit. Fuck.
my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present.
It would be
Israel-
like Israel proper if Israel had just recently invaded Gaza and the West Bank and had almost immediately upon that invasion decided that they were going to enact a policy of exterminating all the Palestinians within hopefully a few years. And then they would be, if you're Palestinian Israeli, then there would also be part of that program putting those people on trains and pushing them into the West Bank, into the fucking death camps where people are taken prisoner, disarmed, fucking owned of all their property, stripped down to a fucking pair of pajamas, and then systematically marched into gas chambers and killed in the millions within a couple of years. That would be an apt comparison. But actually, it's not really, none of those things are the case, so fuck me.
Israel as a beautiful multicultural
But I guess the guy won an Oscar, so.
land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And
Yeah,
also
I
is
make
an
a distinction.
apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived there for
Israel
5
proper
years in Tel
from
Aviv.
the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from
saying-
where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly-
Why doesn't he guess? Does I don't even know the basics about, oh God.
Then
You
6
live in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
No,
close
so you're
enough that
well,
you can
the-
see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The
They call
point
it
you're
the night
making is that
cinema.
Remember
every-
when all the Jews in Nazi Germany, remember when all the Jews in Nazi occupied Europe, when a bunch of them, like thousands of them, got really mad at the Jewish partisans for fighting, and they were like, no, you guys are terrorists. We just want white flags. We don't want to make peace with these guys. Stop gambling with our lives with your reckless adventurism. Remember that? Remember when that happened?
Everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So,
A death
so
camp.
and so I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No,
that's,
Ethan, you're taking
Rudolph,
it a little
that's
bit
Rudolph
too
Hess.
literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
definitely agree.
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to.
Founded on exterminationist principles. Why aren't they exterminating the Palestinians in Israel then? They've literally got them in the palm of their hand. These guys are mostly unarmed. They can literally just roll tanks into Kfar Qasim like right now and make quick work of them within like in a day. Like fucking hell. Exterminationist principles. He's so fucking dumb, man.
So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like." Because
no, it's not. That doesn't even make sense by Hasan's comparison. That's like in Hasan's comparison, it would be like going to Germany. It would be like, what if Germany was, for some reason or other, there were a bunch of mixed German and Jewish communities in Germany where they had equal citizenship and rights and voting rights. Oh no, but in Germany they stripped the Jews of their citizenship, didn't they? And then they expropriated them, and then they put them into concentration camps or put them on trains and sent them to death camp. He's such a moron. This is why Hasan doesn't do debates with people who actually know things. Holy fuck, he's so ignorant. I don't know if he doesn't know anything about Israel or he doesn't know anything about the Holocaust. Or is it both? Or he's a Jew hater. I don't know. Or he's just saying it to get under the skin of Jews.
German
thank you.
territory.
I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see...
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on? By your own admission?
You did a show with me and you consider me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact. Like Ofer Kasif, I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement.
Yeah, let's go.
Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens.
He did this in Japan as well. Does Hasan just go to these different countries and just find like the 0.3% of the population who are communists and just talk to them? Fuck me.
That have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pape. His writings are what guide me. Of course.
His writings
of course I don't
are
have
what
an
guide
issue with
me.
people that have lived in
fucking pretension. It's so stupid, man. Like, as if Ilan Pape is your go-to source, then yeah, you're not going to know fucking dick about the formation of Israel. Sorry. You can read The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. If you want to learn about the conflict, you should, because it does tell you something that other books won't, like about the typhoid poisonings, for example. That was real. But if you read just Ilan Pape, literally the Arabs are doing, like, they're completely passive. Their leadership is doing nothing. Like, he lies about a bunch of things. He says that, like, in the mid-20s, the Arabs were warming up to a binational one-state solution, but he sends you a footnote that just goes to absolutely nowhere. He lies about a lot of things in the book, but it's like, the main thing he does, though, is that he just completely omits anything that the Arab leadership did that was like wrong.
Israel
can I
and
respond?
no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately. We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment. Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
I don't like this thing with fucking Zionist. Like a Zionist is just someone who believes Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Like if you believe that, you're a Zionist. I know people like to fucking pussyfoot around it because it's a word that's been so soiled by the idea that like, oh, if you're like a Zionist, that must mean you support settlements and it must mean you support every war crime that's taken place in the entire history of the country. It's not. It's just Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. That's it. Not even permanently. Like, okay, if the entire Middle East became actually like a fully equal multicultural region where there's no discrimination, then yeah, your view on Zionism would change. Zionism's manifest destiny for Jewish people. Yeah, Ellen, you're a Jew hater. If you think that, you're a fucking Jew hater. I'm sorry. Like, fuck off. Manifest destiny. Jesus Christ. Zionism is Jews saying every fucking country we go to, we get murdered, pogromed, discriminated, second-class citizens. Maybe we should go somewhere, maybe the place that we were originally booted out from 2,000 years ago, and go there and like establish a presence and hopefully establish a state there. That's Zionism. Like, you can argue that lots of it was problematic, like obviously evicting people by land purchases, the expulsions of the 48 War. These are horrible things. Rejecting Zionism, on the other hand, is saying that like after the Holocaust, or even like during World War II, or even after 1925 when America closed their doors, it's like you're basically saying, nah. I know every country in the world is basically saying no Jews, but we're going to make sure there's one more. Like there's one more country that Jews can't go to. They could have just gone to the US. See, thank you, Ellen. I love you. Because you're exposing how fucking stupid you people are. America. Look up the Johnson-Reed Act, 1925. America closed their doors to Jews in 1925. The same year, incidentally, when Jewish migration to Palestine massively increased. Thank you. Yes, you don't know anything. That's why you think that. America put in quotas to keep the number of Jews coming into America every year down. At the same time, actually, as the rise of fascism in Italy, France, Germany, all of Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union. They could have just gone to America. Thank you so much. I love you. I love you for bringing that up. Yes. Yes. It is sheer ignorance. Thank you.
Said that shows that I'm Zionist.
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay, so does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So
and
what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As recently as last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
recently
one.
As last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something
I'm giving you
Zionist.
Another example. Just calm down and
listen.
They
have an autonomous oblast in Russia. Based.
As recently as
You're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. Yeah, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Yeah. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure. But you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
Yeah.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas. Failure
I think it's a condemnation
to protect
of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zion?
What's the Geneva Convention say about hospitals? States which parties to a conflict shall provide all civilian hospitals with certificates showing that they are civilian hospitals and that the buildings which they occupy are not used for any purpose which would deprive these hospitals of protection in accordance with Article 19. Oh, wait. So using it for military purpose would deprive it of protection and then subject it to a proportionality analysis. Interesting. This is, by the way, why generally, not always, but generally Israel would raid hospitals rather than bomb them, because you still have to think about the patients who are inside and everything like that. But you also have to remember that, like, you can't, sorry, what is this principle? You think you just because you're in a hospital, like, you get a free pass? Like, what a precedent. If the Geneva Convention actually said what Hasan just implied there, that even if there are tunnels, it's still a war crime to bomb them or to attack them, that's like saying, okay, so what if every army just keeps their weapons close enough to sick people, then they're fair game? They just leave them alone? Let them do what they want? Fuck off.
The Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking
if they used a bunker buster to target a bomb shelter, that would be the most unequivocal airstrike war crime you've ever found in your life. If there are civilian bomb shelters, the point in a bomb shelter is not to protect yourself from a direct hit. It's supposed to protect you from damage that's happening to buildings around you. That's what's from, like, the actual targets. It's supposed to distinguish the protected spaces from the targetable spaces. The problem is that all of the protected spaces in Gaza seem to get used by Hamas. Like, they use hospitals, they use universities, they use schools. The tunnels, which are technically bomb shelters, they get used by Hamas, but not by civilians.
Safer than
There's not a standing structure
the seventh
remaining
floor
in
of an
most parts
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital.
Hamas?
Every bomb is a bunker buster, according to Hasan. Yeah, I know. That's the same building. Have you seen the explosions from the bombing of the Nasrallah's building? That's a bunker buster. Bunker busters are fucking enormous, but yeah, okay.
The totality.
That a bomb shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
Uh-oh.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying.
Depends on
how. You know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like
Holy
their
shit.
own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance.
Oh
but
my
if that's your
fucking
hyper focus,
God.
then yes, people are going to make that
Their domestic affairs. Is he going to defend their actions on October 7th? Is he going to defend the second Intifada, the suicide bombings? Holy shit. He did this with the fucking protester. With the protesters. He actually made it sound like they were protesting against domestic issues. Is he really going to expose himself like this? Because Hasan generally just kind of pussyfoots around Hamas because I guess he knew that October 7th was very, very indefensible. Is he going to... What the fuck? Their domestic policy. Is that what... Where are the protesters? Holy shit. The new leader... Stop. Stop. I don't remember where it was. Whoops.
inference that you are.
If anyone has that clip of me freaking out over, it's either fuck over Hasan's like bullshit about the protesters.
Definitely
Because
any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation,
Because they don't make bomb
expectation from the
shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, it infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason why
time
people
and time
believe that
again.
is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Pro-Hamas creators. Sorry, different thing.
Sign doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get
So
mad
I'm
at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call
one.
them terrorists. You
They
call
are.
Defending
Hezbollah a
myself.
terror group, which is by the American state's definition absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on. Do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against
Oh my God.
American imperialism and other
do you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence.
Do you not
He's just fucking rambling now, isn't he? He's like, you can tell it. Okay.
consider Hezbollah
And
a
a soapbox.
terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny
What about
people
the-
their habeas corpus. Deny
We're not
people-
asking about the U.S. Ethan doesn't describe people as terrorists because of the fucking American designation. He doesn't think Mandela's a terrorist, even though the U.S. did designate him as one. Why does he just keep trying to go for the fucking easy? Ugh.
their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the
Okay,
American
very good.
Constitution. So
Hassan,
yes,
please, I want
I
to
think
have
that this definition is
can I give
intentionally
you, can I
vague and
ask,
it's
can I
fucking-
request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
The
here.
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But do you,
What do you mean? But
well, here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without
No,
ever actually
you're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it. What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated.
Oh, I think it's this one. Fuck. Wrong thing. Oh, that's what it is.
They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking.
All right, let's see. Do you think these guys are protesting because of fucking tax rates? What was it? This is the protest in Gaza.
Don't give a shit. Disgusting.
right.
People that live in Gaza, those people will talk about this cynically, and it's disgusting. The reality is that Palestinians have a right to do whatever the fuck they want in terms of political protest, in terms of saying fuck Hamas if they choose to do so. I will never turn around and fucking tell them like, how dare you speak out against Hamas? I don't give a shit.
No, you won't. You'll just massage their entire messaging and ignore what exactly they're saying. Okay. Yeah.
Okay? The fuck do you mean? I want Palestinians to be rid of the occupation so they can choose whoever they see fit to rule over them in a democratic process. That is the dream. If they choose Hamas, then that's one thing. If they choose someone else, then that's great. Fantastic. I don't care. I just want an end to the genocide. Okay? Can the same argument apply to anti-BB protests? Sure. I mean, I've talked about the anti-BB protests, and I've also talked about the secondary. It's ironic because it's exactly the same. A lot of the anti-BB protests, for example, don't actually want a fucking end to the full-scale ethnic cleansing operations. They just want their hostage family members back. They want the bombing to continue, but they just want the bombing to stop for the interim so they can pull out the fucking hostages. They certainly don't want an end to the occupation. And the same goes for the fucking anti-Hamas protesters. They want an end to the occupation more than anything else. They want an end to the occupation more than anything else. They don't like Hamas's governance. Okay, they might falsely believe that Israel will
He said this like a couple of months ago. He thought the anti-Hamas protesters who were calling for white flag, stop gambling with our lives, Hamas are terrorists. He just tried to say that they were. What, like upset with Hamas's domestic fucking policy? It's so stupid. The tax codes. He just lied about what the protesters were saying. You can look at their chants and you can look at the statements from some of the elders. They were not saying that. They were not saying that at all. Anyway, be right back. Whoa, hey, whoa.
Exactly. All right, let me.
I don't know. But do you,
What do you mean? But you,
well, here, I'll be more
you
precise.
use its definition without
No,
ever actually
you're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it? What do you
Let
mean?
me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking.
You're
Exactly.
welcome.
All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not
actually.
have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide...
Hasan, you fucking spoiled, pampered, professional fucking illiterate moron. Like, why did Israel stay? First of all, Israel left southern Lebanon in 2000. Hezbollah kept on attacking Israel. They kept on crossing the border. They kept on kidnapping people. And then they got a bunch of prisoners back in one exchange. By the time but then they continued. They continued launching operations. In 2006, when Hezbollah launched that operation where they killed 8 soldiers, kidnapped 2, and that's how the 2006 war started, Hezbollah were told again and again and again, if they kept doing this, there would be an attack. There would be an Israeli response. Hezbollah continued to kidnap people and to continue to attack across the Lebanon-Israel border because they wanted 3 prisoners back, one of whom we're not even sure if they've been alive for decades. Hezbollah just assumed they were. And the other 2 were mass murders. No, one other was a mass murderer, and the other one was a guy who was in jail for spying on Hezbollah's behalf within Israel, and he had 2 years left in his sentence. Hezbollah launched a cross-border attack on Israel for a mass murderer who was in prison and a spy who was serving 2 more years of a sentence. They invited Israel to come to Lebanon for a war. That's what they did. They gave them a casus belli. Now, after October 7th, they fired rockets at Israeli soldiers and then also at Israeli civilian communities. To the point that between 50 and 100,000 Israelis had to fucking leave their homes because of so many rockets and drones firing over them. Anti-tank missiles fired at houses. How is that defending Lebanon? Now that Hezbollah are fucking ruined, they're absolutely in tatters. They're not getting any arms from Syria anymore. And Israel withdrew. Israel pulled back. Israel's presence in Lebanon, even though Hezbollah are not there to defend Lebanon, not anymore. Israel is in 5 hilltops in southern Lebanon. Those civilians were not expanding. Satnav, no. What Israeli civilians were expanding into southern Lebanon? Zero. What Israeli civilian? Israel has never even built a settlement in Lebanon, as far as I know. They have 5 military outposts on hilltops right next to the border right now. That's it. Not to mention what Hezbollah did in Syria in the name of anti-Zionism, I guess, was to go in there and help their fucking arms shipment buddy, Bashar al-Assad.
Keep up the great work.
Thanks for the
Proud of you.
49.99, Joan. I really appreciate that. Wow. Yeah. Hezbollah spent the best part of 15 years fighting Israel sometimes. They spent most of their time fighting with Syrians. They spent most of their time fighting with fucking Syrians who were rising up against Assad. They helped Assad stay in power as he murdered more Arabs than have been killed in the entire Israel-Palestine conflict. I think the civilian death toll in Syria was at least 300,000 in that war. Between 85 and 90% of which were caused by Assad and his allies. No issue with them. He's literally supporting people who have killed far more Arabs than they've killed Israelis. Hezbollah's not done shit to Israel. They displaced tens of thousands of people from the north. In exchange for what? What does Lebanon look like right now? Like 1 million plus displaced? Houses destroyed? Their fucking pagers blew up. And what did they accomplish? They said that their only reason for attacking Israel was to get a ceasefire, a unilateral ceasefire in Gaza. And it didn't happen. Hezbollah surrendered and accepted the ceasefire terms in Lebanon before the ceasefire in Gaza. They gave up that red line. They gave it up. They went there for one reason, and they gave it up and ceased fire with Israel prematurely because they were getting so fucking rolled by the IDF. Pathetic. And you support this because what? What's it supposed to do? What is bombing mixed communities, by the way? The communities in northern Israel are like mixed. There are large Arab populations in northern Israel, not to mention Druze. And you celebrate that? Why? Why?
Then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
All right,
so what is
Hasan,
the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right? Of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible.
It's probably okay. But I wouldn't say it was noble, but it probably would have been easier to get Israel out by not bombing American bases and kidnapping people and everything like that. I don't know. It's hard to say. Would Israel have left earlier had Hezbollah not been there? Don't know. Because one of the reasons Israel stayed bogged down in south of Lebanon was because they felt like if they withdrew unilaterally without securing the area, then they would just get a launch pad. If they want to take responsibility for pushing the Israelis out prematurely, fine. I can give them that. But yeah, that's why domestically as well, and this is why they've been fucked up in the elections, and the new Lebanese president is anti-Hezbollah. The reason they've lost so much of their power now is because they can't sell themselves as defenders of Lebanon anymore. They haven't been able to sell that reputation for 20 years now. Because in 2006, they were the reason Israel came into Lebanon again. And for the last decade and a half, they've been the people who sent their soldiers to fight in Syria, to kill Sunnis who are opposing Assad. If it's just the Lebanese army now, why the attack on Beirut? Because it's not still the Lebanese army. The attack on Beirut was in Dahia. Hezbollah are not gone. They're still violating ceasefire terms by trying to reassemble their military. And the ceasefire terms do say that Israel can strike. They're allowed to strike if they see a violation that's not being dealt with by the army. So,
shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with them in general. To a normie who doesn't know any better, like,
don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No. That specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah...
They provided crucial aid to the Syrian army. Hezbollah were not just a bunch of fucking ragtag troops added on to the Syrian Arab forces. The Syrian Arab army was in a fucking state. They were miserably undertrained, undisciplined, under equipped in terms of logistics and intelligence. Hezbollah went in there with the military experience that they did have from fighting with the Israelis and plugged very important logistical and disciplinary gaps so that Assad it's arguable whether or not I don't know if it's determined, but you could argue that even Assad might have lost very early on had it not been for Hezbollah. They made a crucial difference.
Is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
No, it's not. The Syrian civil war death toll is over 600,000. And most organizations agree that around 85 to 90% of those deaths were caused by Assad and his allies. So Hassan just lied there. Whoops.
For what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count? Why does that bother you?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
Of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an
air force? The guys that Hezbollah was helping. What? Assad, who was Hezbollah's ally, is Hassan going to say that the IDF didn't do doesn't have responsibility for Sabra Shatila? It's always that. Hassan would probably fuck me.
Participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why?
Does Hassan think that the only weapon that was used on an entire town was barrel bombs? What the fuck? You know, usually after barrel bombing a place, they send ground troops in. What the fuck is he talking about? He's just stupid.
Why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is a false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism
falsehoods.
right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad?
Ethan.
So what
Yeah, they allied with the people who did. Yeah, they assisted and they provided very crucial support to them. They almost saved, they more or less saved them. Yeah, fuck.
Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You are taking
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian.
The overwhelming majority of deaths in the Syrian civil war were caused by Assad and his allies. And one of Assad's allies, even up at the military command position, was Hezbollah.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so, what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point.
2 to 5,000 is. I think that's the number of Hezbollah operatives who died in Syria, isn't it? I don't think we actually know exactly how many people were killed by Hezbollah versus by Syria, but inappropriate. Holy shit.
I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with
that. Yeah, so why does he try to hold two positions at once? This fucking lying, slimy... Ethan needs to get him with this. Ethan needs to be like, you keep saying you oppose attacking civilians. Hezbollah targeted Israeli civilian towns. Some of these houses and buildings along the northern border, these were civilian towns. They were hit by drones, by anti-tank missiles.
Hezbollah.
talked about.
You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have
You're
talked
lying.
about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying,
as
I'll
a
explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
not. What
You
do you
said
mean I'm
I.
lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you
You were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand
Hey, normie.
anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, "We don't. I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing
like,
their
how
inclusion of the
designated by the
wanton
American
slaughter of
state?
Here's what you said
civilians?
because you want to be
Dude,
precise.
you
I do
made
not
up
like them,
the
then.
you.
Well,
came-
like
I like what you like.
Ethan. You
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them. Let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter.
Wait, what did he actually say in the content nuke? Hang on. I know he misquoted the death numbers on the podcast. What did he actually say about in the content nuke? I don't remember. He plays it. Okay.
in the Syrian civil
do,
war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied.
They did.
participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
They were also crucial allies, though. They were very instrumental in strengthening and consolidating the Syrian army. They weren't just fucking. They weren't just like little sidekicks there for the ride. No, these were seasoned soldiers who took a shit army and made them competent.
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like it.
Ethan. I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting
Constructive criticism,
me.
eh?
You are
I am
misunderstanding.
verbatim repeating what you said, you
and I'm having a
liar.
conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can
I
you
love
lie?
this as well. You can like Hasan is so fucking retarded. Like you can literally just murder fucking Arabs all over the Middle East with total impunity, and Hasan will just give you a fucking not so sure about that. Hasan will just fucking let you get away with it because you occasionally fire rockets against Israel as well. Yeah, because you throw some fucking pot shots at Israeli towns, because you destroy a few Israeli border towns. As long as you do that, then you've basically got fucking carte blanche to massacre as many Syrians, Lebanons, Iraqis as you want. Yeah, fuck. Bearing in mind that that's Hezbollah's only talent. The only thing they were ever good at was killing Syrians and Lebanese people and people in Iraq. They were never all that good at fighting with Israel, like compared to their exploits elsewhere.
People like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
The Axis has, though. I think he did say this with Hezbollah. Oh fuck! I wish he would recognize. Oh god. If he says, "Okay, I was wrong about that," do you disagree that the Axis has killed more Arabs than Israel has? Because they have. The Axis of Resistance has easily killed more Arabs than Israel has. Even though it's apparently Israel who are the exterminationists.
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually
I don't
said you
think about numerous
ChatGPT'd
times.
against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay. Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
What does that have to do with being pro-Israel? Like, what does that have to do? But saying that Hezbollah killed more Syrians than they actually did, what does that have to do with being pro-Israel? How? How? What the fuck do dead Syrians have to do with Israel? Like dead Syrians killed by Assad and Hezbollah. What do they have to do with? What does that have to do with Israel?
Yeah,
because it doesn't.
You mean I'm
it doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing
Responding to
people
harassment.
who are offering analysis and not justification, but analysis.
Can I flip
to
it
how
on you a
these
little
groups
bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hassan, you're doing it.
About,
you're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this.
It's specify. It makes people think that you're okay with what they did in Syria because that's been the majority of their military action for the last 15 years.
Ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for
answer the
terrorism
question.
is valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say,
relying on the ignorance of your audience, it never happened here. By the way, you need a criminal conviction before I believe a rape happened in a fucking armed conflict. Oh, God.
Terrorists, okay?
Literally
There's
just
a reason why you say that. You say that to
literally
disparage me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me face to face to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defense terrorism?
He specified, though, with the goal of them getting Israel out of Lebanon. He specified. You didn't specify, Hasan. You said, I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But I'm just going to expect people to believe that when I say I don't have an issue with them, I'm actually just ignoring the main thing that they've been doing militarily for the last 15 years. I don't have an issue with them, you know? Oh, no, I do. No, but I mean, I say that, but I actually do have an issue with, like, pretty much pretty much all of their military activity for the last 15 years, barring like a very failed attack on Israel after October 7th. Fuck me.
I think you do, but
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception was a noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
But people can assume I'm Zionist.
Position.
But it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is clear.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
Drama.
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. Well, so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have
Hasan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community has
reason
nothing to do with
You can't take a fucking ounce of
He
criticism.
went on Snark after the debate ended. Brilliant.
From your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason
Hassan,
why you've gone on this endless
lying.
vendetta is because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the reality.
Christ, bro. I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to like just like
has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout
Hassan,
this conflict.
Please,
and if
let me
you
just talk.
demonstrated-
This is you say
if
your
you
community has nothing to do
fraction-
with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
Someone
demonstrated-
please,
Ethan,
Hassan, let me finish a
listen to
point.
me. If you demonstrated,
dude, you gotta let me
fraction-
finish a
I'm just-
point. This
I'm
is
gonna mute
ridiculous.
you. I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking. If you
Okay,
keep
that's
doing this.
great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah.
Holy
no.
shit.
Listen to me.
So
What
I'm
is
not
this crash out?
Hold on.
This is a mentally ill crash out section.
Finish.
Humility.
You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous.
Did I say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging,
It's
bro.
so fucking obtuse, man. Oh god. Who called CPS? It doesn't matter if no one called CPS. Who was the one that was spreading those fucking claims that would have resulted in someone wanting to call CPS? Oh, well, that was mainly Snark, BadEmmaPanda, BadEmmaPanda. They were the main three groups that were doing that.
You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS.
No, that's it. It's just a random, whoever I don't like. Definitely not the people who were spreading the claim. Definitely not the ones who were spreading the claim that he was abusing his kids. Very well done, Hasan. Wow, fucking hell. That's a JDAM logic right there.
You're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay,
What?
so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Giving it a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like you. First of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits?
No control over
talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking
Well,
false.
why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why
I can't believe you
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years.
Is he just coming here with like no fucking evidence? Has Hasan provided like screenshots or anything for the claims that he's saying? Jesus.
Point as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there's a difference between
that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my
I do
community.
not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval?
I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
Like you, big dog.
Spearhead the campaign.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you.
What can I do?
It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not.
What can I do? By the way, so I just want to show you guys some really banger content, some really sophisticated work, some really fine material from a guy who these creators.
Get
you know, like
yourself a drink after this, Loner.
Yeah, I just want to show you guys
Much
this
love from Michigan.
I want to show you guys this great creator. It's really informative. You should really. I want to really grow this guy's audience by putting them on my stream. They also dox and harass people, and I've acknowledged that a million times. And they're also kind of insane on the internet. But I think you should just watch them anyway. You know, fuck. What could I do?
Specifically be like. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like
yeah. I'm waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on.
Especially
Dan is
because
in
the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to
He didn't. He just said that you shouldn't use JVP as the representatives of Jewish opinion because they are not. JVP is not representatives of Jewish opinion. They are the opposite of representatives of Jewish opinion. They represent very small minority opinion.
An extermination slogan that terrifies Jewish people.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that,
Hamas does throw people off rooftops, you fucking liar. Hamas does do that. They've done that with fucking Fatah. Like in
walks like a dog, walks like a dog. Most people are gonna not think that you're a chicken. They're gonna think you're a duck.
Okay. I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos?
Of the movement.
They are off base with the rest of the diaspora Jews. Of course they are. What does Hasan think that Jewish Voice for Peace represents like anything close to a majority Jewish opinion? Like, what the fuck?
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone a
Hello, Sev?
Hello. I just want to say something about JVP. From what I've heard or what I've seen, do you know those people that have like 2% Ashkenazi Jewish on their DNA test?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or someone with like one grandparent or some shit, yeah.
Yeah, no, even one grandparent is still like sometimes valid, but they have like 2% with no known ancestry to their like Jewishness that they saw on a DNA test. So a lot of these GVP Jews turn out to be like a person that did a DNA test and saw they had 2% Jewish, and then they start claiming their Jewishness while advocating against Israel. That's pretty much.
I mean, they say they have like over 750,000 members, but it's like.
Yeah, and it's safe to assume like 7,000 of them.
Like you can join JVP,
and it's safe to
easily,
assume. It's safe to assume 7,000 of those are people that aren't really Jewish.
Is this really how you join JVP? You just pay a membership?
Probably, but they're not really Jewish voices for peace if they're not Jewish. So that like, but that's why they claim the 2%.
Okay.
Oh yeah, fuck, bro. One of the fucking crazy shit I heard from GVP is that you shouldn't pray in Hebrew because it triggers Palestinians.
I know,
or
yeah,
Arabs.
it's ridiculous. Like they have no fucking understanding or care for what anyone in the region thinks or believes. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, like Jews were praying in Hebrew long before the state of Israel. Like, it's so dumb.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. Like you can't pray in Hebrew. Imagine going to an Arab in like fucking Middle Europe or whatever, America, and be like, "Hey, sorry, can't pray in your language." You know, it'll scare us. It's fucking disgusting and weird.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, and also a lot of the shit. Everyone in chat starting to like point out weird shit about them and their weirdness around being Jews. Like a lot of them don't know Hebrew, barely know any Hebrew. Like it's very rare that they know any Jewish customs or like a bunch of shit. Like I think they've celebrated some Jewish holidays on campuses wrong as well. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a joke. Like even if they were all Jewish, though, they don't represent anywhere close to the majority Jewish opinion on Israel.
Yeah, but that's the thing. At 7,500, when you hear, how many people are Jewish voices for peace, and then you hear 7,500.
Well, 750,000. It's 750,000. Yeah, there's no fucking way. Most of these those members are not Jews.
You'd be like, oh my
100%,
god, that's a lot of people. Oh my god, that's a lot of people. And the group is called Jewish Voices for Peace. It's just, you know, people aren't gonna delve into further than that. They're like, 750,000 people, and then they're like, it's Jewish Voices for Peace. They're gonna assume they're Jewish, even if they don't look further.
Yeah, but that's what Hasan does, though. He goes to all these different ethnic groups and countries and just finds the most niche, like represents 1% of the population, communist, fucking pro Hamas.
But that's the thing; they're not even 1%. They're not even a part of that percentage. None of them are barely anyone in that group is Jewish. Barely anybody.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem I'm pointing out. He's referring to a group that doesn't have any Jews. Like maybe it has one or two, but like they don't have any Jews. That's
they will. Like there will be Jews who just like
absolutely
are not, like, generally people who are not like raised in the way or like learning about the culture and the history and all that. Because again, like if you agree, all you need to know is like the most basic Jewish history to understand why like people might sympathize with Israel existing. Like it's so simple. But you know,
I know some of the most insane anti-Israel Jews that live in Israel. The most insane, like very insane opinions. You would consider them like pro-Hamas at some points. From the shit they say, they still think JVP is like the dumbest shit ever. They who like are probably they're willing to fucking side with Hamas over JVP. That's how much all these people hate JVP, and they fucking don't think they're Jewish. JVP is
some weird friends you're hanging out with, but okay.
Hey, listen, it's only one guy, all right? He's insane, but it's one guy. Cool. He's dialed down. Anyway,
we'll say hello from me. All right, take care, buddy. Bye.
I offered for you to speak to him. You said no.
Did I?
Yeah, I told you a communist friend. I told you a communist friend in Israel. You said no.
Oh, I'll change my mind. Why would I say no? Fuck, silly.
I'm probably not on stream because a lot of Israelis would probably go for him. So no.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Bye.
Well, take care, buddy. Bye bye. Whoa.
Criticizing someone be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews
Here's what
that
you
are
said.
not representative of the broader movement.
They're
again. It's not because it's not just because they oppose the actions in Gaza. It's because they want Israel destroyed. That's the problem.
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed BadEmmaPanda, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
yes,
that you don't like, and you are quick.
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming BadEmmaPanda. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like BadEmmaPanda? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Hasan doesn't like BadEmmaPanda. He just sees him as a rabid fucking attack dog that he can utilize and just hope he can point in the direction of the people he doesn't like.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think BadEmmaPanda is insane. But you know what? I also
and all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
BadEmmaPanda.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream, why do you love them now?
Because he attacks people he doesn't like. That's it.
Oh, because
Hasan is too incompetent to try and respond to attacks or criticisms from me or Destiny or Ethan or anyone else. Hasan's incompetent, so he needs someone else to hold his hand through all that shit for him. That's it. even the Willie Mack video. Like he wouldn't watch the Willie Mack video, but he would watch BadEmmaPanda reacting to it. Like he's such a coward. Like he's such an incompetent fucking loser that he has to literally get an insane person who wants all fucking Israelis dead to do his little dirty work for him, because I guess the biggest left-wing Twitch streamer can't do it himself.
He did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is insane, pathetic, bold-faced lie.
What it is. No.
Right, that's also... BadEmmaPanda was in his Discord getting really fucking angry that Hasan wouldn't initially watch the video with about me and Destiny. I have those Discord logs, just so you know. They're real. Like, I have those Discord logs saved if anyone wants them. Like, yeah, BadEmmaPanda was furious that Hasan wasn't watching his video about me and Destiny, and he was like literally getting people in his Discord to go and spam Hasan's chat to get him to watch it. Like, that's why he started watching it.
Oh, he said...
You literally told... Oh my God, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can't all these other
Did you ask for it?
Actually...
Hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something he would ever ask for.
I sent you a clip. All these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's
we're just
a
exchanging memes now. Fucking
reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
so
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, his real voice is coming back now.
There you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards
what the fuck is this?
This has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or
Watch
what?
my Chris Kunzler videos. Let's go. Watch Chris Kunzler next, please.
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me.
This is October 30th. You fucking idiot.
I think
what
you
the
know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not.
Wow.
I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Mad.
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care.
The problem with Hasan is that he basically primed his entire audience to believe that anyone who has any sympathy for Israel or anyone who condemns Hamas's actions too aggressively on October 7th, or anyone who spends their time going after people like Second Thought and Frogan and all that for literally glazing October 7th, Hasan primed his audience to believe people who say that are like bad, are like defending genocide or whatever. So the problem with Hasan is he tried to hold two positions at once. He's like, this person's fine, but this person is doing all the things that I would normally say is not fine. So yeah, Hasan trained his audience to do that.
Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going.
No, why?
No.
It's 7 minutes long.
It's like this, okay? It's like if you fucking train someone, if you train your little fucking dog to salivate at the smell of fucking incense or whatever, like, and you do that for 5 years, and then you bring in some incense that you actually like, oh, for some reason I like it now, and then you light it, and then the fucking dogs start salivating. Like, you're like, no, don't do that. Not for this one. Like, that's it. Like, Hasan trained his dogs, his chat, to hate people who talk like Ethan, to hate liberals, to think liberals, social democrats, people who don't want to destroy Israel, people who condemn Hamas. Like, Hasan trained his audience to think these people are Nazis. So when Ethan says a couple of these things, he can't just be like, make an exception for this guy. Hasan made an exception for Ethan because he's a clout chasing, like, self-interested fucking loser. But even Hasan realized that, like, yeah, what he was saying to his audience about Israel-Palestine was incompatible to what he was saying to them about Ethan.
Spare the audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go
finish
to the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You talk kindly about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think I'm
absolutely
not
are
trying
not.
to get people to stop
no,
yelling
no.
about you at that
okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa. My turn.
Well,
you were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
I wasn't moderating my community and claiming that.
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about BadEmmaPanda. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Day genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip,
Free
Ethan.
Palestine.
You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't watching that episode.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking.
Hasan's just lying here. Fuck, I don't have the Discord logs. I need to go find them. Fuck. Maybe I'll just publish them afterwards. Or I could give them to Stardust and she can put them over here. No, BadEmmaPanda, on the day that Hasan was reacting to this fucking video, was fuming that Hasan had not watched it yet. Like he was calling Hasan a coward and shit. Yeah, he was really mad. He was really angry that Hasan wasn't watching the video, and he was like, people in his Discord were like, we're spamming the chat to try and get him to watch it, and then he watched it. So yeah, that's just a lie. That you eventually got permission. Fuck off.
Over the clip. You need to let it play. Okay. You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine. Okay.
Ethan,
you think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency.
Link to his
because
page.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on BadEmmaPanda videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct.
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote BadEmmaPanda, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed
is ridiculous. He is not just
well, you're talking. No, you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos.
He still calls you that, though. He calls you a liberal Zionist.
Seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking BadEmmaPanda. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone
who,
I
by
got
the
it.
way,
Yes,
right, what terrorist
you're.
attack has he?
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed? What
watch
terrorist
a
attack has he
fucking
committed? I can point to
7-minute
a
video
terrorist attack
of
that
me
Klein has
actually defending
participated in.
you to your
What terrorist
audience
attack
because
did
that
this
would
guy
kind of
participate
betray
in?
the
Would you
narrative
point
that
to
you
almost done.
presented.
It's almost
Which
done.
one?
It's done. It's almost
He
done.
would perhaps
Okay, go
benefit
ahead.
tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos
Here.
on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably, empirically
do
true.
you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so BadEmmaPanda.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
Hey.
So BadEmmaPanda, he's crazy.
That's the best tactic. I love it. Just remind everyone that you always remind people that you're winning the debate. Fucking awesome. I'm owning this stream, by the way, guys. You guys in chat, you're getting annihilated, okay? You're getting absolutely mogged. Not me winning.
I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with BadEmmaPanda. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also.
But if you get one clip of Hasan talking from a Destiny subreddit, that's a problem. Why? Why? But I'm going to promote this serial doxer and harasser and grow his channel and grow his community so he can do it more, like with more people. Why? You believe in nothing, my friend.
Said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. BadEmmaPanda.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those is that part of his great body of work?
BadEmmaPanda on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching ones called Ethan Klein?
How would you know, Hasan? You don't read sources. You don't double check what people are saying. You don't like think critically about arguments that are being made. How the fuck would you know that you're hearing anything that is like instructive or well informed? Because you just sit there and go, yeah, this sounds pretty left. Yeah.
Zionist baby killer. Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy? Why does okay, it is good. Why does BadEmmaPanda role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that BadEmmaPanda is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is?
I love the downplaying as well. He's just a little scraggly. He's just a little. He's just a little menace, you know. He's just a little feisty, little pug.
Once again, as a separate, you know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays.
Why is he well-sourced? Bro, you don't know anything about well-sourced. You're a fucking troll. You're a Twitter drama slop fucking dipshit who just gets all his information from people who already agree with you, and you don't check sources, you don't read anything apart from fucking Twitter threads. What do you mean well-sourced? God.
Who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is
and God forbid you find a 1-minute clip from Destiny subreddit of Hasan saying some completely indefensible nonsense.
In terms of the
by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from BadEmmaPanda in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
No idea.
Maybe one.
I've watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of BadEmmaPanda videos.
And are most of them about me?
No, no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see.
Drama. Fucking drama. Move on.
Well, I got to.
What are they talking about next?
So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right?
Obsessed memes. Oh no. Was the nuke out of context? Houthis in 15 minutes. Okay.
For a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me.
You spend all your day reacting to drama and ignoring posts I send you. You and Hasan are the same. I hope you guys find peace with each other one day. Listen, Sundowner, okay? You know, I need to find some... listen, just harass more people on Twitter, okay? Just dox some people, do more harassment, okay? And call for the deaths of more civilians, and then I'll platform you all the time. Okay? I want to be like Hasan.
24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me. Over 60-day period. That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels.
They're from your streams.
Right.
They're from your streams.
The same. You're presenting.
Okay. First of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel defense is a. Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean?
I have no control over my fan channels. How do the fan channels get the videos, you fucking 12 IQ dense frat fuck? How do you think the fan channels have access to this content? Because you stream it. I have no control over my fan channels.
Literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
and you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept.
But that first one was from one fan channel, though. Yeah, you can say some of them are repeats, but the other ones are not, though. These ones before, they're not repeats. This is all within what, 2 weeks, 4 weeks. Ethan, these are all. This isn't the same fan channel just repeating the same Hasan segment. These are separate. Some of these are 3 hours long. 2 hours. 1 hour 30.
Of all, your fan. That's regular. You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
and you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
A lot more than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
The same moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not
fucking
have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that.
At least.
Okay, so and
I think you are.
These are just the ones that were grabbed by this channel, right?
You are, up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
Instagram stories, 110. Instagram stories take like, what, 30 seconds to read? So you're talking like an hour of content. That's like an hour. 2 hours maybe. If you want to say a minute each. Okay.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
story
From what
post,
period? From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channels.
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not
The person
including.
who shared the file is called Chris CPS. Okay, what does that mean? Like the channel is called Chris CPS, or the person who shared the what?
What year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that.
110
Show me your
times.
evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times.
Before
Show
the
me.
clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find
9 stories is less than like a couple of hours, but okay. He could also just say, how many times do you talk about me on H3 podcast? But okay, it's like, the fact is that these two are obsessed with each other. Yeah. The only thing is like Hasan tries to say that Ethan is like collaborating with Destiny, and that's like and his connection to that is because of like subreddit posts once or twice, whereas Hasan platforming like people who actually engage in harassment campaigns is whatever. Okay, stupid drama.
the dump.
Hopefully Hasan's clever enough and he realizes that he can just bring up the H3 productions time. There probably is a Hasan fan looking for that right now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2
Ethan,
months. They're not my
110
channels. They operate with
Instagram
your
stories.
approval,
When you
under your
look at
direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so obvious.
Always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Haas tweet. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you
called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the Snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit."
By the way, when Hasan talks about harassment, he's a fucking liar. Okay, harassment to him is like people making fun of him on Reddit. That's his harassment channel.
Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Okay. Well, Hasan would see this and think he's being harassed. That's what the H3 sub is like. That's just like one of the first Hasan mentions I saw. Okay, Ethan. I don't even know what this is. Oh, that's definitely about harassment there. Summarizing Ethan's view on the issue. That's probably some harassment as well. Because, oh, there's Hasan. Harassment! That's what Hasan sees. He's a fucking idiot. Like,
how are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I
which
try
you
to sue?
openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
You wanted to dox
When
them
did I
to their families.
What? This is on
You
your
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well, Ethan.
Can anonymous
I know you
Redditors
think
defame you?
Instagram
And
today, we are going to talk about, I'm going to show you a terror subreddit. A subreddit of terror and harassment. Hasan's wrong about the boycott. Dr. Pepper. Oh no. That's harassment.
harass
go
you?
away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright
did
lie.
You or did
hold
you
on,
not,
dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm gonna.
Did you or did you
I'm
not
gonna
get your
answer.
lawyer to try to bully, extort people that are anonymous
Extort?
Redditors?
Who's
sure,
extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
okay.
get? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
Go on.
kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were
what?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was posted to Snark that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
Can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
I'm until this moment. What are you talking about,
bro? You're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hasan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay, okay. About this
great.
instance,
it's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First
only
of all,
did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan,
but in the process,
you are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to stop.
process of suing them for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation: you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just like make people dance?
All right.
If they got him on a copyright
to have
claim?
a conversation or
this is not the first one of this I've seen. Let's see. Copylink. Let's open it. This is someone getting banned from the H3 subreddit for calling Hasan Hitler, I guess. They shall not even become a dog catcher in the future. And they get banned, and H3 mod team says, reasonable criticism is fine and even encouraged, but we do not tolerate hateful or toxic posts that promote personal attacks, including racist names in the titles of posts. I think the title of the post was Hamas Hitler or something. Hasan Hitler. Yeah, this is a harassment subreddit, by the way. Harassment Reddit.
do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay? All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain.
Buffering.
Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way.
Well, that is a slight pivot, but okay.
Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously
views from you how? By
I'm
posting...
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting it on Reddit.
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally
Let's go.
That you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a
Wait, it's not a fair. It was a repost. You fucking idiot. That's not fair use. What?
Frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
criticize.
criticize.
How many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so.
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what?
Is this the paywalled video as well? Isn't it? This is like the paywalled content. That's not fucking fair use. Oh god. You guys want to watch some Dr. House? I'll criticize it. You know, every 5 seconds, I'll just be like, bad.
I want to ask you something. They're posting
paywalled
content and saying, watch it here so that you don't support Ethan.
Now.
Okay?
Spare
me. Now, let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay? You always say that whenever, first of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I have had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this: whenever I make a response to these videos, for example,
that is true. Hasan does need people to hold his hand whenever he's like dealing with criticism. He won't watch a Willie Mac video, but he will watch one of his fucking dipshit friends watch it for him so that he can like get the pushback because he can't do it himself. Even when he responds to me on Twitter, he has to like scroll down to the replies to find the counter arguments. Like he can't respond by himself.
the Content Cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
ducking you. I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good, as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I
it's
know
not
the
a
clip
biography. You understand that, right?
Can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting,
it's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hasan.
right
It's not
now-
about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the
How
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
He's winning the debate. Guys, just so you remember. Okay, oh, fuck. Just so you guys know, I'm winning the debate right now, okay? Everyone else, they're losing. You guys are losing. You're getting absolutely fucking ass blasted. Okay.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
context
Which you can't
puke,
provide,
by
There's
the
a
way.
video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke. Okay.
The
In that
context
video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to
Hey.
that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't watch
in
the
his
video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the
do
video.
do I have the capacity
So
to
where'd
see
you
the
get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the
answer
video
all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
did
You're
I
like,
get a
I
list
don't want
of
to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Did
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points?
things.
Did Hasan ever address the fact that he just completely lied about the Houthi operation in the Red Sea? He said that it was their territorial water. It's not. He said that they were saying, oh, we've got no problem with you, when they were literally pointing a fucking gun at the guy's torso. Did he not? Okay.
So I don't want to
Ethan.
get my feelings hurt, and maybe
Ethan, you
he was making
consider
a good
yourself-
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's right.